of the Stars and Oilers series. Certainly a star-studded affair, but hey, that's Dallas for you. That's the Stars fever that is going across the Metroplex as they get ready to hoist the Stanley Cup here very, very soon. And boys, when we go up 3-1 tonight, we're well on our way. NFL has a new fastest man. I don't think this was a surprise, but the 33rd team put this out today where they went ahead and were able to accumulate the 5 fastest players in all the National Football League. And now, according to Next Gen Stats, the rookie, Xavier Worthy, has overtaken Tyreek Hill as the fastest player in the National Football League.
He hasn't even played it down in the NFL yet.
He has not, but he did do combine testing.
Is this off-the-field speeds?
And 4.21 seconds in the 41 dash and on the 40. That's kind of what they're using here to record him as the number 1 fastest player. You've got Hill, then you've got DK Metcalf, Devon Achane, and Bengals running back Chase Brown are your top 5 fastest players, and then Raheem Mostert, Jalen Waddle mixed in there. I mean, basically, if you're a Miami Dolphin player, you're probably somewhere between in the top 10 to 15 players of the fastest in the NFL. They've just got an absolute track team. We might as well send them to Paris for the Olympics.
Yeah. As soon as we'll see if the Dolphins go out of their way to draft that South Carolina Gamecock wide receiver we were talking about yesterday, who's 6'5", 240 and is faster than Tyreek Hill. Goodness
gracious, I bet. If Mike McDaniel's still there, you can bet he is going to be a Miami Dolphin.
Shout out to the 33rd team, though, for doing the legwork on just basically taking combine numbers and putting their list together of the new fastest guys and slapping their 33rd team logo on.
If you're doing the mile per hour,
that's awesome.
Next Gen Stats.
Way to go, guys.
But Xavier Worthy, we're just going to put him at number 1 because we know he ran that 4.21. We're just going to go off like, hey, we're assuming he's going to be the fastest guy. They're probably right. He probably is. I don't know if you saw this in the SEC, your conference there, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
But this is all the gambling that's been going on.
Yeah.
And ESPN Bet, and of course ESPN and the NCAA, big-time partners, right? I mean, the SEC going to be broadcasting several games on ESPN, as they do every year. But you had, I guess, some references, like Reese Davis during the year on College Game Day was referencing ESPN Bet after it was launched.
Yeah.
Now, I guess Greg Sankey was speaking to a group there at SEC Media Days. There's a conversation that they might implement availability reports leading up to games. You know, the NFL does injury reports.
Sure.
College football doesn't necessarily do that.
Not at all.
But certainly, if you're going to be wagering, I'd like to know, hey, what's the probability? Is the running back questionable? Is the linebacker doubtful? SEC might be the first conference to go out and put some availability reports out for their players.
And that's going to drive, we've gotten rid of like the guys like Saban and others that Kirby Smart will become a guy that will play with that.
There's got to be some crusty coaches that are going to try to push back on this.
There's going to be some coaches that absolutely push back on this thing.
And then the
Brian Kelly at LSU will push back.
These are college athletes.
Yeah.
Now we want to incorporate the gambling.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No.
But I don't mind this. I think that this has been kind of trending in that direction all along, and it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, if you're going to make this a professional situation, then
where the players getting paid.
That's right.
Here we go.
Then this is what it's going to be.
Absolutely. And then we've got a rumor from the NFL draft. Eric, you and I actually kicked this around on Sunday during our BetQL show. I don't think we brought it up because we didn't have a show on Monday. But there were the Justin Jefferson situation with Minnesota. Apparently, Vikings were trying to trade up into the top 10, according to Charlie Walters of the St. Paul Pioneer Press. And they wanted to go and get LSU wide receiver Malik Neighbors. So they were trying to jump from 11 to 5 to pick a quarterback, and then they wanted to try and get the Giants' 6th overall pick, in which they would trade Justin Jefferson and select Malik Neighbors. So they'd essentially salary cap-wise reset. We've got rookie quarterback, we've got rookie receiver that we think can be one of the next great ones, and now we don't have to pay Justin Jefferson $30 million.
Right.
Now, I don't know. I think, and I know, Eric, you were one of, like, hey, Justin Jefferson's best receiver in football. You know that. Why gamble with, now I'm going to draft a guy that might end up being a bust when I'm taking the rookie quarterback, I'm resetting that timeline, I can now afford to pay the $30 million for Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, I mean, I respect the boldness and the risk factor if they were to pull that off. It's not like they were making a complete miscalculation on what it is we understand about Malik Neighbors, and apparently he's going to be pretty dang phenomenal.
And it would have been kind of cool to have him on the same timeline,
yeah.
right?
Well, I mean,
Like Burrow and Chase. Well, I guess Burrow was a year before Chase.
I think in a perfect world, yes. If you could just guarantee yourself that Malik Neighbors was going to be a surefire number one stud wide receiver, then yeah, you would make that trade right there because exactly now you're resetting the money and now you can invest that money elsewhere if you got a bona fide number one on the cheap and a starting quarterback on the cheap. So I get it, but that didn't happen, and so now it's like, hey, if the Vikings not paying Justin Jefferson would be insane. You've got the cheap quarterback. This is the time where you throw money around all over the place to help him.
We also have Scottie Scheffler. Those charges have been dropped. So hashtag free Scottie. He is free. The quote that was filed against Mr. Scheffler, based upon the totality of the evidence, my office cannot move forward in the prosecution of the charges filed against Scottie. And Mr. Scheffler's characterization that this was a big misunderstanding is corroborated by the evidence. We had the video that came out today. It certainly did look like that. So shout out to Scottie. Big to do about nothing. But that was a fun Friday morning. We were filling in on Sean and RJ. That kept us going for 4.5 hours.
Yeah, I do think that it's much ado about nothing, but it's also just like, as I said that day, it's another example of police losing their emotional temperature and then lying about it. So I think we would do well to take stock in this. And, I would ask anybody out there who just assumed that the police were in the right and Scheffler was in the wrong to understand that not all police are made equal. And a lot of them are great, but some of them absolutely suck. And I hope this guy's fired. To make up a story like that, that's dangerous. That's absolutely dangerous in the community. And I think it's, great that Scottie Scheffler is a man of status. So he could get real justice on this, because not everybody can. And this should be a cautionary tale. We can't just gloss over this. This should be an educational point for people when they're looking at stories of police overreach.
Yeah.
To this day.
No doubt. And I think Scottie, when you look at the video, he handled it very, very well. He was polite. He was honest.
Superstar in every way. So cordial. And now he's handling it like an absolute gentleman.
Yeah.
Hey, I hope everybody moves on from it. I would not be able to handle it that smoothly.
I don't know if you guys knew this, but I guess counterfeit championship rings are a big thing for baseball, football, basketball, and hockey, apparently. And there's been fake sports championship rings that have been seized throughout the U.S. and at Border Patrol as well. And the latest, according to the Border of Cincinnati, they recently seized a shipment containing 345 counterfeit championship rings. The shipment originated in Hong Kong, was destined to a small business in the city of Utica, New York. Utica. It is. And all of these were counterfeit. Apparently, these fake rings, the 345 of them, worth around $1.38 million had they been authentic.
Yeah.
So I guess they're trying to bluff and pretend that they're authentic, and these people are trying to buy them so they get that money. But in reality, they're counterfeiting these people.
Yeah.
So crazy. But shout out to Cincinnati for seeing this and getting these off the street. So now we've got like these fake counterfeit Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl rings floating around that people are trying to buy and thinking they're real, but they're actually not at all.
Used to be a dude back in the days, back in the days, going to Baby Dolls Dallas. Used to pop up with fake rings, try to get clout with the girls.
And it's like, dude, those are counterfeit.
Yeah,
Those are fake, bro.
Take them back to raggedy hotels, but you had a Super Bowl ring. Oh man, you hear some sad stories at the end of the night.
Dude, you don't need the Super Bowl ring to go back to the raggedy hotel, dude.
What's his name?
Oh my God, I thought he played for the Nets.
Yeah. It's like, bro, can you go to the ATM
5'11".
machine? You can get them. You're good.
Yeah, I drove off in a Kia. Come on, man.
That's just like the NBA. No, this is my Nissan Altima. Just sit in the back, honey.
Yeah.
Oh, man, there's your mixed bag.
Yes, sir. There it is.
My card ain't working. Can you put some cash down there for me?
Yeah, I think they're worried about identity theft. You know how they get with the banks and stuff. They turn off my card. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We're talking with Joey Erikson, Dallas Stars. Are they about to go up 3-1 and take a commanding lead on the Oilers in Edmonton? We'll talk to Joey and ask him all the big questions about Game 4 coming up next year on The Fan.
It's afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
Bully back.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, G-Back Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Hope you enjoyed that Rangers victory earlier today. Pre-game tomorrow at 5:30, by the way. They'll be in Miami. As Joey Erikson joins us now to talk Dallas Stars, Edmonton Oilers. And a good evening to you, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing fantastic, Gavin. Thanks for having me on, fellas. DFW Sports is cooking up something special right now, so hopefully the Stars and Mavs can finish the job in their respective series.
Yes, that would be excellent. And how do you see this series going right now? I'm kind of hoping that with Hintz back, maybe the Stars clearly the better team, or we still in coin flip situation in your eyes?
Yeah, the margin for error is razor thin right now between both of these teams, but I think the addition of Rope Hintz could really be the difference for Dallas. And I don't think the Stars have necessarily played their A game yet in this series. Obviously, game one was a bit of an egg laid by Dallas. In game two, they kind of struggled to find their game. And then obviously game three was that first period. That was pretty horrendous for the first 20, but then they found their game and they do what they do best on the road. They hang around, and then they get enough offense to finish it off. So, yeah, I think Rope is obviously a massive addition for multiple reasons, but number one is he's one of the best centers in all of the game, and he opens up time and space for guys like Jason Robertson. And look what happened with Robo when Rope entered the lineup in game three.
Hey, Joey, the previous series to this one for Edmonton, this is when they started having goaltending problems. Are we starting to see that materialize in this series? I didn't feel like that Skinner was really on his A game the other night for them.
No, absolutely not. And it was one of the things I was really curious about entering Game 3 and for the rest of the series, because Skinner has really been excellent since Game 7 of that Vancouver series. And, of course, in Games 1 and 2 against Dallas, he's been spectacular. But he hasn't shown it yet in his career to put it together for long stretches. So I was really curious to how long that would last. And, yeah, he gave up a stinker, I would say, in Game 3. But he still made some really, really high-level stops. So we'll see how he mentally comes back for that tonight. But as you mentioned, for a few games in the middle of that Vancouver series, they were flipping back and forth between him and Pickard. So I think if they lose tonight, you're probably going to see him go to Pickard, depending on the night Skinner has, of course. There's always context to these situations. But, yeah, I mean, if there's any sort of doubt in Skinner's game, that's a huge advantage for Dallas, and the Stars need to take advantage of that. They need to pepper him and make his life as hard as possible. I don't think Edmonton defended very well in front of him the other night. I mean, the second Robertson goal, there was 5 blue sweaters all in around the crease, and somehow Robo gets the puck in the slot and he whips a backhand home. So they're going to hope for a little bit better defense in front of him. And yeah, Skinner can't give up that hat-trick goal to Robo, but that was a goal scorer's goal for sure.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering this because we all saw what Vegas did. When, you know, to me, when you change goalies mid series, that's the last card you play. So if in fact that we do see a goalie switch when they come back to the AAC, then that to me is Edmonton saying, okay, we've run out of chances here. We're going with the goalie switch, and you know, but hey, Vegas pulled it off and you know made it kind of work a little bit, but here I always think that's the last thing you do going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And at least with Vegas, they had a Stanley Cup winning goaltender to go to, and Skinner hasn't really proved it as much. But yeah, I think there is definitely some doubt creeping in, and Knobloch, Chris Knobloch for Edmonton is already making, a litany of changes here tonight. It looks like Broberg's going to step in. He's a young defenseman for Edmonton that hasn't played a ton. McLeod checks back in. I was kind of curious why he ever came out of the lineup. He's one of their best forwards in the first 2 games. So they're definitely throwing all their cards on the table here tonight because it feels like a must-win. It's already going to be an uphill climb. It's going to be really hard to beat Dallas 3 out of 4 games. Under Pete DeBoer, that just really hasn't happened. I don't think the Stars, since Pete DeBoer has taken over, Stars haven't lost more than 3 games in a row in regulation. So it's going to be an uphill climb for Edmonton. So they're going to have to throw everything in the kitchen sink, so to speak.
Joey the Jet Erikson with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, you mentioned Edmonton's line changes. Pete DeBoer is putting Radek Faksa in on the 4th line in place of Craig Smith. And I know Brian and I have both been very impressed with what Craig Smith has done. What do you think about that decision to put Faksa in?
Yeah, well, Radek Faksa provides a few different stylistic changes that he can provide that really Smith can't in a few ways. And one of those is face-offs. Radek Faksa is an excellent face-off winner, especially in the dot. So I think he clips around 56% or somewhere in that category. So Dallas, I think, would like a little extra possession, especially in the defensive zone. The face-off numbers have been about 50-50 for the entire series. So I think you get somebody like Faksa in there. He can win a few more draws for you, and he's also on the penalty kill. So that is huge as well. Thankfully for Dallas, they haven't got caught in much penalty trouble, but when they do, inevitably they will at some point during this series and probably tonight. Faksa can kill some penalties for you. And I think the great thing about Dallas is with the depth, and I know I've talked about this ad nauseum with you guys over the last month or so on the fan, but it allows DeBoer to throw different guys in the lineup for what he believes the type of style of game is going to be. Each game is kind of like its own story in every series, and maybe he wants a more defensive-minded center iceman in the lineup, so maybe they can tighten up the hinges a bit defensively and try to choke out Edmonton here tonight.
Speaking of defensively, I've loved what we've seen from Alexander Petrovic. Niles Lundqvist obviously was a liability. They couldn't play him. They're going 5 D men over 6. I was texting asking what the deal is with Hakanpää. I don't know if any of us know if Yanni Hakanpää is coming back.
Yeah.
But what do you think about the way Petrovic's been playing?
Yeah, I mean, he was tasked with a really, really tough job to do, and that's come up from the American Hockey League, where he did play a lot of minutes throughout their playoff games. I want to say he was playing the second most average minutes with Texas down in the AHL. And, you know, he just kind of had to step in and fill a role, and he's done it admirably so far. And, well, that's what you need at this time of year. You need guys that can just step in and just eat up minutes. And as you mentioned with Niels Lundqvist, who was only getting maybe 5 minutes a night, and even that was stretching it, they needed someone to eat up at least 10 to 15 minutes a night, just give you some minutes to take some of the pressure off guys like Miro and Tanev, and even Suter, who's been playing a lot. So, but I think he's great. He's a big body. He's big. He's physical, and he takes up space. And he just knows how to play the game the right way, right? And he doesn't need to be flashy. He doesn't need to do anything that he can't. He just goes out there, makes the simple plays, and it's obviously worked out for the better so far. And yeah, you and me and everybody else is wondering with Hakanpää. He's been day to day for over 70 days now, Wolchuk.
Joey Erikson here with you on The Fan. How big is this Tanev trade, if you could put it in context? How's it compare to some of the other, great DFW trades that have happened in sports as far as impact on championship ability?
Well, I mean, I think you have to throw it in there now with Kyrie Irving and what he's been adding to the Mavs here down the stretch. I know, obviously, Kyrie almost took a year to fully reap the benefits of it, but it truly has been that magnificent. He was everything that Jim Mill and the coaching staff could have hoped he would have been. It's not only that he's a great player, and it's not only that he makes his pairings better, he just makes everybody else around him better. So it's one of the best trades the Stars have certainly ever made. And yeah, I think it probably goes up there with some of the best DFW trades, but it's probably the cop-out answer. But just seeing how Kyrie has worked wonderfully alongside Luka Doncic, it almost goes hand in hand with what the Mavs and Stars are doing here down the stretch.
Earlier, Wolchuk gave us a stat. The Stars were 31st in hitting in the regular season. How much of an outlier would that be for a team to win the Stanley Cup as that unphysical of a team?
Yeah, I would be curious. I wouldn't quite know how some teams rank, and if that is correlation to causation for a Stanley Cup winner. The game is just played so differently nowadays, especially in the regular season. Everybody can notice the uptick in physicality. Dallas just really never plays that type of style. They can, and they've shown that they're able to do it throughout the postseason. But at this point in time in the modern era, I would suspect that the most physical teams don't always end up lifting the Old Glory at the end of the year, just because you can't run around and chase anymore because the game is played too fast, the puck moves too fast, and if you're running around hitting, you're probably out of position. And when you're out of position, that means odd man rushes, that means numbers going the other way, and it's probably going to end up in the back of your net. So I like to call it with Dallas, it needs to be calculated physicality. Like, you can finish checks, you got to finish plays, more importantly, have your sticks in the right areas, but you can never take yourself out of position. And if teams are running around hitting a ton, you're probably out of position a lot. So it's not always the best category to rank highly in my opinion. Some old school guys may think differently.
Joey, with the blend that we've talked about with the youth and the veterans and the trade for Chris Tanev and what they've done, knocking off Vegas, knocking off Colorado, the last two Cup champions. Like I saw somebody talking about Herb Brooks had the quote, after 1980, the U.S. beats the Soviet Union, they still got to play Finland in the gold medal game. And he says, if you lose this game, you'll take it to your effing grave. How is that with the Stars right now? Is this their best chance they're ever going to get with this group to win a cup?
Well, when you're talking about the veteran core, it absolutely could be. The Joe Pavelskis of the world and the Jamie Benns and even Ryan Suter, right? They're creeping towards 40 years old. And I know Jamie's still in his mid-30s. He may have a couple extra shots at this thing, but history doesn't say that. Look at most of Jamie Benn's career. He hasn't been in this position very often. This is the third time in the last 5 seasons he finds himself in the Western Conference Final. You're very, very right. This could be the last time this entire group has a chance to win the Stanley Cup, and they need to take advantage of it. And it's very, very impressive, the playoff route that they've made, taking down the last 2 defending Stanley Cup champions. And now you have a chance to take down the best player in the world in Connor McDavid, but you still have one more step, of course, in the Stanley Cup. So I think you're absolutely right. They have to take advantage of this because you never know if you're going to make it back. And I think you can look at Joe Pavelski in San Jose. They had one of the best teams in the Pacific Division for, 5 to 8 years, and he was always in the mix, and they were always sniffing the Stanley Cup, and he only got to one. And they ended up falling to Pittsburgh, and they were never quite able to reach that level again. So, history serves that. It probably is one of the last times, especially with these older guys.
Weren't you a notorious cup sniffer back in your day, Joey, as a player?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
One damn time, Dawson.
That's my bad.
It was the smelling salts,
No,
though.
that's
You love the
okay.
smelling salts.
That's what it was.
Hey, what about
yeah,
Wyatt?
I mean, you see Wyatt on the bench.
Yes. I've never seen a guy spaz out the way that he did before that. I didn't know if that was his first time doing the smelling salts. I didn't know if he got the sumo wrestler smelling salts. I hear those are a bit more powerful than just the run-of-the-mill ones, but that dude was straight up spazzing out before the game the other night.
Yeah, I never used the smelling salts. I wasn't into using that. I think I was already pumped up and ready to go. But I think when you're Wyatt Johnston, you're 21 and you're playing at the highest level, I think you probably need that just to to wire your mind right, get you focused.
More of a Colombian coffee guy. I see you there, Joey.
Yeah.
Super high T levels.
Thanks, Joey.
I think he fell off. Oh, there you go. What's happened? Oh, my God.
I lost you there.
I didn't know how to respond to Walchuk's allegation. I understand.
Joey, let's get a prediction before we let you go.
I was smoking that.
I'm gonna stick to the script, Dawson. I think the Stars win another game on the road. The Road Warriors. I'll take 3-2. They get it done 3-2 tonight.
Love it, man. Have a great night. Enjoy the game. We'll chat with you soon.
Thank you. You guys as well. An
absolute beast of a hockey man. It's Joey Erikson with you here in the G-Bag Nation once again. Okay, the 469 says the trade for Tanev compares to the trade for Monty. I was thinking maybe Gafford.
Okay.
Maybe Monty's more appropriate, though. He's definitely...
If they win a championship.
Tanev has been huge.
He's been the best deadline
He's
trade.
taken a lot of pressure off Miro for what he's had to do.
Yeah, I don't think they're here without Chris Tanev.
Yeah, I agree.
A huge opportunity tonight to go up 3-1. The puck will drop in just about an hour with the Stars looking to go up 3-1 just as the Mavs have.
Monty's a rich kid's name, right? Monty?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, very lacrosse-like.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Thought so.
Yeah,
Trust fund, baby, Monty.
Yes. And probably has a wild hair up his butt. And he's trying to get you in trouble.
Oh, yeah.
He is for
Let's
sure.
profile Monty's out here.
One way or another, dude, Monty's going to get you in trouble. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. When we come back, it's time to chat with the Get Right. You have Reggie and CA throwing absolute heat in the bullpen, and we're going to see what they have cooking here for you on a 4-hour Wednesday night show next. It's the G-Bag Nation and The Fan. I want to chat Frankels before we do that, though, because if
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you
Fine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Another feather in the cap for these Mavs. They have now beaten in a series the highest paid coach in NBA history. Congrats to Ty Lue. Gets 5 years and $70 million with the Clippers.
Whoa. He beat out Monty Williams.
Yeah.
Monty Williams got that big contract from Detroit because nobody wanted Detroit, remember?
Yeah.
And then
Detroit,
all of a sudden
what's
that
up?
set the bar, and Ty Lue said, you want me to be here, Steve Ballmer? Give me the money.
Yeah. I'm not going cross town to the Lakers.
Exactly.
Or across the hallway to the Lakers. At this point, $14 million a year. That is
you
awesome.
say cross the hall, it will be down across town now because that new building.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
they just
right.
built the brand. So you were right the first time.
They were by the airport, right?
Inglewood.
Yep, Inglewood feeling good.
Inglewood up to no good.
Up to no good.
Ooh, look at you knowing a little bit. I see you.
Yeah, how about
Like
that?
this and like that and like this.
I know who Bruce Springsteen is.
Yeah, exactly. The boss, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steam Spring?
Yeah.
A little cultural exchange happened.
Yeah.
By the way, Mr.
Inglewood always up to no
Van
good.
Winkle is from Carrollton.
Okay.
Robbie
I
Van
didn't know that
Winkle,
was his
Vanilla Ice.
name.
Yeah, Robbie Van Winkle, a.k.a. Vanilla Ice, grew up in Carrollton. Although his family's from Miami, and as soon as he made it big, he went back to Miami.
Yeah.
But I swear, he's a great guy. He grew up here. The Ice Ice Baby video was shot in Deep Ellum. If you look at it again, you will see the silhouette
You
of
in
the
the
green
background?
building. You'll see the green building in the background.
Huh.
Yep.
It was quite a sensation in about 7th or 8th grade for me. All of a sudden, it was the hottest song. And
It was
stayed
really
that way
good.
for a long time.
Yeah, it was the David Bowie Queen song, and the lyrics got all the Alpha Phi Alphas. The Alphas were mad because that's their theme. Ice, ice, baby, too cold, too cold. That's their chant.
Really?
Yeah, Kappa's got, I'm a Kappa. Kappa's got a chant. The Q's got a chant. And the Alpha's chant is ice, ice, baby.
He had to take a little something from everywhere, right? Like he's like, let me get take a little something on the beat, take a little something on the lyrics, you know, hey, make something shake.
He said this was different though. Theirs is dum 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 dum. Mine is dum 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 dum.
Exactly.
All I know is David Bowie.
You guys are John Teshing us right now here.
David Bowie wasn't mad because he got paid. Queen wasn't mad; they got paid.
With a little litigation.
Oh yeah, of course. It's,
Yeah.
you know, it's sampling. It's everybody got paid.
That's right.
And isn't there a story of Suge Knight hanging him out of a hotel, or is that somebody else?
He said it wasn't true, but yes,
wasn't
it's
true.
definitely
That
a
was-
fairy
that
tale,
was a fairy tale.
folklore.
Urban legend.
if you will.
Did Suge tweet it to us from his confines of his cell? Is that what he did?
No, he's doing like, he does podcasts on the phone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh my God.
Yeah. So his deal
Oh my
is.
God.
It's a good idea.
That's
Prison
fire when the
cast?
operator drops in, though,
Really?
asking you to put in more credits.
Yeah. Just sounds cool. 15 minutes at a time we get to hear this podcast.
Where he lost, where Vanilla Ice lost his credibility was the claim he was from Miami all along, and that's when Uncle Luke said, no, you not from here.
We're done here.
Yeah, and that's when I mean, if he had just gone ahead and said, I'm,
They
this
turned
out
it
of
back on
Dallas.
white chocolate too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Couldn't
The
come up
what?
He's talking about the basketball
I'm just
player.
talking about basketball
Talking
player.
about Jason Williams. White
Jason
chocolate.
Williams. White
Oh, look at
chocolate.
you.
Jason Williams is real though.
For
Don't-
real.
Don't try that man.
Yeah,
West
that's what I'm
Virginia for
saying,
real.
man.
Did you know
Y'all
he was a
turned our back on
quarterback
him.
in high school? And
Jason Williams?
Yes,
Yeah.
and his wide receiver.
The elbow pass, right?
His wide receiver in high school
Chuck it up there, dog.
was Randy Moss.
Randy.
Oh,
They
very
went to
cool.
high school together
West Virginia?
in West Virginia. They sure did.
That's where he invented the elbow pass, actually. It was out of the pocket. He'd throw that thing.
Bing off his elbow.
Yeah.
Somebody tried to
Defense
do
didn't
that
see it
today,
coming.
and they asked him about it. Somebody tried it in the
Did they?
game.
I missed it then.
He's
And
still hooping
I'm
like over
surprised
50
because you're a
leagues and stuff.
basketball expert.
I
I'm
don't
trying to
doubt
be an
it.
expert in everything, which isn't going so great for me.
And
at
brought
this
us to
moment.
take it full circle. White Chocolate won an NBA championship where? In Miami.
In Miami.
With the Miami Heat when they beat the Mavericks the first time.
Yeah, it came full circle. Him and was Gary Payton on that team too?
Gary Payton was that team too. Got him a ring there.
Did the Mavs defeat any confidence for you last night? Up 3-1 now instead of 3-0. You feeling about the same or what?
Yeah, I feel about the same. Although to be fair, I don't know that I was as high as everyone else. And now, of course, 3-0, you have to be a certain level of excited about that just because that is a commanding lead. But this has been a series of very close games and figuring it out at the end. And you've seen the level of growth for Anthony Edwards, but that still isn't going to compare to the experience
and the know-how that Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving bring. I think the thing that's been interesting is seeing Karl-Anthony Towns find himself a little bit more seriousness in his game. I don't know how well that translates, especially if you're trying to win 3 in a row.
My only disappointment was for the fans because, in all seriousness, had they pulled off the sweep, and I knew it was going to be hard. I mean, Minnesota's a very talented team. Had they won that game, the celebration in the building would have been amazing. Yeah. And you already saw the night before when Boston won it, and they celebrated in Indiana. But imagine if the Mavericks had won it at home. And let me explain the difference between the celebration of going to the NBA Finals this time as opposed to when Dirk and J. Kidd did it in 2011. When they won the Western Conference title in 2011 and beating Oklahoma City with Harden and Russell Westbrook and KD, Dirk said, okay, we've got unfinished business. We got embarrassed in Miami the first time. This is not a celebration. In other words, it's like everybody's like, they still didn't believe the Mavericks could do anything. You follow me? Even though they made it to the finals, it's like, well, you still haven't won anything. So it was like brief. It wasn't anything special. It's like, okay, here's a trophy. And he set it down. And then let's handle our business. This is so completely different because nobody expected the Mavericks to even be here. There's a whole different mentality where you come out of nowhere as opposed to like the Cowboys. Well, you're supposed to be in the NFC Championship game. You're supposed to be going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And so it was unfinished business for Dirk, for Luka and Kyrie and all of them. It would have been really, really great celebration to get to the NBA Finals and hopefully knock off the Celtics.
Yeah, no, I think that's well said. I do love clinching on the road, and then when they come back and everybody's there at the airport. I think that's one of the neatest things in sport.
That was real nice. And that might happen tomorrow night.
And I think that there's some growth opportunity there. Obviously, Kyrie Irving tends to be the voice of those types of things. I think that he had some interesting sentiments when he talked about kind of the growth opportunities that they have. So
the wisdom.
I would imagine Basket'd be out there. If they're flying back from the airport, Basket'd be out there.
He's in Miami.
He's going to, that's a good call. I could see him hopping on a bird to fly in. Yeah, try and get a couple of autographs on his cards. Derek Lively, Luka.
His card players aren't doing too well right now.
I know. That's why you got to make a huge, strong play at the airport in a moment like that.
How important is Lively upgraded to questionable today?
That's huge to me because with him in the game, even if he's not like 100%, I don't know how he can turn his neck. I have no idea. But with him in the game, that's more of a challenge for those guys coming inside. And in other words, they started going downhill from the second he got hurt. That second half of that game, they started going downhill. Karl-Anthony Towns and even Reed. I mean, they weren't driving to the basket on Derek Lively. And by the way, I have to give Daniel Gafford some props because late in the game, he blocked the hell out of Cat a couple of times. And I thought that might save it, but it didn't.
Yeah, I think Gafford's awesome. It's just got to be exhausting. You only have so many fouls if you're going to play that style. He has been incredible. I guess, I think they can get the job done without Lively, but if he can return tomorrow, he looked good last night, though, on TV. What was it like in person? It's not like fine. He was all stiff-necked or anything.
He didn't have a neck brace on.
He was smiling, and I wouldn't imagine you do that if you had a serious neck strain.
I didn't see a guy that looked like he was going to play.
Really?
No, I mean, not in that game, clearly. But hopefully, this is one of those times a year
you
where
don't know flying and all this getting,
I think the deal with him is that since they were up 3-0, it's like they don't want to have to use him unless they have to use him because, again, the stats. No one in history has ever come back. 154 teams in a row have been up 3-0.
God,
and
don't
they've
do
always
this.
been.
Please don't
I'm just
do
saying, again, it just is what it is. It's a psychological thing. It's all psychology.
Wasn't the last team to get close, though, the Trailblazers against the Mavs in
that was in 2003.
Miami
last year, Miami and Boston went 7, and Miami won it in Game 7 in Boston.
How would you guys feel about Boston?
Oh, I think it has.
Are they a big favorite?
They got to be, but they've got tremendous pressure because remember they lost in Game 7 in Boston last year to Miami, and then the year before they lost, or 2 years before they lost to Milwaukee in the finals. That core group has not delivered, and that's like the Cowboys not delivering. You follow me? So you got all this pressure. You're extremely talented, but you ain't won S. And so in that town, the arms are folded and say, what have you done? You've got all this talent, but you haven't delivered. And so for the Mavericks, a dangerous team, it's there. I'm not saying they're supposed to because Boston won 64 games, but it would be, tremendous. And then you got the two subplots. KP versus the Mavericks. He used to play for the Mavericks with Luka. And then you got the return of Kyrie because back in those days, He's the villain in Boston.
Big time.
He is a sick puppy.
Here it comes. The Get Right. Woo! Reggie and CA tonight. Stars puck drops in about 40 minutes or so. Obviously, a huge night of conversation. Tomorrow we'll have Tim Cato on with us at 4:20, reacting to Stars and looking forward to Mavs. Until then, thanks to Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup, Carter Freeman. You got Wolchuk, Chiafalo, and Broadus. I'm Gavin Dawson. Till tomorrow at 2, you're going home with the nation, Addy.
But first, let's talk about
It's time for The Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, indeed, it is the Get right here on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Reginald Atatula. That is the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
We got James in on the ones and twos this evening. Appreciate you, James. And you rolling with us on your live and local home of sports in the evenings, 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate you rolling with us. I have to start. I don't have to, but I choose to. I realize that I should change my verbiage there with something that's very inside baseball that honestly is a conversation for very few. However, I'm still going to do it. What the heck have they been doing in here earlier today? Because it's hot in this room right now.
Oh, I think they weren't even in here. I think they put all the air conditioning in our little Ranger booth. We had a new Rangers baseball booth for the production crew. And I think
they took all the AC over there.
Yeah, DJ, the engineer, said he was apologizing. He said it's going to be hot in the studio because we took all the stuff over there to the other studio so that they could survive during the Ranger game because it was the middle of the day.
Yeah, I just want to establish that we are
melting.
We are doing a little bit of radio under pressure. With some a little bit of that's a nice tie-in to that crosstalk. A little bit of a added heat in the building here. It's going to be cool though in Edmonton. Stars are in action tonight. Should be a fun evening. We got you till 11 as we typically do. We're going to be giving you all the updates as we can. And actually, James, we're going to need to go ahead and do this because we did this last time. I think it worked out pretty well. Are you familiar, James? And you can step to the microphone if you possibly could. What happens at AAC, our friend DJ Shippey, what does he do when the Stars score a goal?
Oh, man, he play. Well, which part are you talking about? Whenever they play the Bing Bong? Pantera.
Pantera.
Oh, Pantera.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, so that is in the system in there somewhere. If you could find that. What we're going to do tonight, as we did last time with our friend Justin Honore, is when the Stars do score, no matter what's happening on the airwaves,
no matter what place they are,
we are going to play Pantera.
Okay.
And we are going to interrupt what's happening. I think that worked out well last time. We got to win in that one, right? No, we
went off the air before they finished.
Yeah.
I don't know if they won or lost. Can't remember. I just know we went off the air before the game was final.
Yeah. I feel like that's the best option, though. That's how we should do this.
Okay.
Every time there's a goal, we're gonna let you know.
All right. So we got about 40 minutes till the puck drops. So once you find that, don't even let me know that you found it. Just play it. We're just gonna try it. We're just gonna try it. We're gonna see what it feels like.
Tolos know. If you turn it on and leave it on right now, you will know when you hear that sound what has just happened. Anybody else will say, what the hell was that?
That's right. And let us know how you are taking in this game. What are your expectations? What are the keys to the game? Game 4 matchup between the Stars and Edmonton Oilers. 2-1 is the series lead in favor of your Dallas Stars. Some other things that have happened during this day. Your Rangers got another win, and it happened in part because the offense happened coming together, especially Corey Seager's been on a tear of things. We'll talk about that more over the course of the evening. And maybe, just maybe, we'll have a couple of basketball guests to talk about these Mavs being on the brink of the NBA Finals. So you want to keep it locked here. 105.3 The Fan, the Get Right.
Who's on our D&M leasing hotline?
That's right. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. That's how you get involved. 877-881-1053. You can also catch us on YouTube. Shout out to Little Dallas Cowboy in there, making sure to let us know that they were in there first. Or twitch.tv/Dallas FanCam. There it is.
That's it. Here we go.
Oh, is that just the horn? Do we have the Pantera?
Here it comes.
There it is. Dallas Stars. Okay.
We're getting the full effect here tonight, boys.
I like that. Okay. What I want you to do, if we can tighten up that horn. The horn is good, but I want to get to Pantera quicker.
You want to hear that quicker?
Yeah, I want to hear that quicker.
One quick horn, boom, and then
I think we're in a good spot though. Let us know if you also agree. But I think that'll work. Right now on TNT, they're talking to the man who had a fantastic go of it last time around, Jason Robertson.
He'd been in a drought, man, a 10-game drought. He wasn't scoring nothing.
Yeah.
And they decided to have a hat trick.
Yes, he did. I imagine Rope Hintz showing up for him helped a good amount. But some other things that are happening right now, like I mentioned, we got you till 11. Rangers played earlier today. They get a win. Dane Dunning just continuing to hit his spots, looking very good on the mound, but we'll talk more about that over the course of the day.
Can I say this?
Please do.
I knew they were going to win if they scored more than 4 runs. I just knew it. They were stuck, couldn't buy a win and scoring only 4 runs or less.
Yeah, put up a cricket number in one of those innings for I mean, that felt really good. But yeah, let's go ahead and do this. What do you? Yeah, shout out to T3 Pritchard, who also says the horn could be a little shorter. But what do you view as the keys to victory for your Dallas Stars, who have a 2-1 lead? I think that's a strong lead, but not. I wouldn't call it commanding just yet, but it's a strong lead in a pivotal Game 4 against the Edmonton Oilers as they're in Alberta. Because look, you mentioned it. Jason Robertson looked very good with the hat trick in Game 3, and a lot of that you got to imagine because Jason Robertson comes in, or sorry, not Jason Robertson, Rope Hintz makes it back in the lineup, and just the amount of attention, the gravity that he draws to him was evident in that there was pockets of space that opened up where Wyatt Johnston has been fantastic, but you can still see the distinction and the difference in the level of respect that Rope Hintz garners compared to Wyatt Johnston, and that seemed to make it so much easier for the likes of Jason Robertson and others on that line to get some things done. So I'm super excited for this one, and I'm interested. Again, Tolos, let us know. What do y'all view as the keys to victory in this one for your Dallas Stars? Does anything come to mind for you, CA?
Otter. It's just that simple.
Yeah.
If Otter does what Otter do, I think the Dallas Stars will be in position to go ahead and take that thing. And that also, it kind of takes the crowd out of it. They got a rowdy crowd up there in that Rogers. Is it the Rogers Center? It's the Rogers something.
Oh, that's true.
Discount double check.
I believe it's the Rogers Center.
It's the Rogers something. I want to call it the Rogers Center. But that town, Edmonton, is kind of like Fort Worth. It really is. Edmonton and Calgary are true.
Rogers Place. Sorry.
Rogers Place.
My bad.
It's just Cowtown. It's like those two cities up there in Canada, those two towns, they're like just like Fort Worth, and they get rowdy, man. So you want to take them out of it. And I think, if the special teams for the Dallas Stars do what they're supposed to do. And by the way, the Dallas Stars I think they've only had 5 penalties in this entire series, which is they've been playing clean. They haven't been in that box too much.
Yeah, you rattled through a few things. One of those obviously was Otter, your goaltender, your goalie, I should say.
Jake Ottinger with his 6'5" self.
I always slide into that soccer feeling, but your goalie. I mean, he was fantastic.
Netminder, that help?
I like that. Netminder is always good. It always feels a little, kind of slangy. I appreciate it. But Ottinger, 933 save percentage in the last one, and that's tough. I mean, Edmonton, they threw some haymakers. That last game felt like just a heavyweight bout with the haymakers that were going back and forth in that one. But Ottinger, even with that, a relatively solid save percentage in that instance. And it's going to be important with him. I mean, ultimately, it's very easy to say, if you do not let the other team score, you're going to win the game. And so that obviously Otter doing his thing, making sure that he's on his P's and Q's will be big in that way. So it definitely starts there. But you did mention the special teams, and coming into this, we talked about this. The Oilers exist as a fantastic special teams team, both when they're on the power play and when they have the penalty kill. And obviously, if you can limit that, that's great. But then also, in that last game, there were no power play goals, right? Like, if you make this a 5-on-5 hockey game, I think the Stars obviously have a very solid opportunity of winning the game, and not giving Edmonton and their really talented players opportunities to have a man advantage on you is going to be a big one. So I completely agree with you there, CA. I think you're spot on. It's the reason why you're the OG in this one. Let's see. Let's go to the text line. Yeah. From the 817, keep the defense up and get Joe and Matt Duchene a goal. Yeah, no, absolutely. Those Joe Pavelski would absolutely, benefit greatly from being able to get on the scoreboard. And for sure, want to see him get involved, because I know that's been a concern and a question over the course of the playoff run thus far. Where's Joe's production been? Because he's been very important in the middle of what's happening, especially when you talk about deflections and those types of things, and you have not seen nearly the amount of projection in that same place, or production rather, in that same place. So getting Joe Pavelski involved would be great, but absolutely, keep those pucks. And like the defense all the way around, not just your defensemen, but obviously your forwards getting back and putting their body in front of the puck and making sure that you do not have too many shots on goal, making it easier on Jake Ottinger and helping him out. Obviously going to be super important.
Well, we need some goals scored, and we also want to get the goals scored because we want to run off their goalie. I don't want to see him the next game.
Yeah.
It happened against Vancouver. It was a Skinner. I want him out of there. Just run him off. He's not that good.
Yeah.
Once you get 4 or 5 goals, they will bench his ass.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
No, for sure. I mean, you got to lay it on them. Absolutely. And I think you're going to need to lay it on them because I think a lot like what you saw in Game 3, I don't think you can expect, as much as I was, kind of kidding about or not necessarily kidding. It is true that if you do not let them score goals, they will not win the game. I don't know how much that is a reasonable expectation that you're just going to blank an Edmonton Oilers squad with that man right there, Connor McDavid, and the other talented players that they have, and they're doing a little bit of shifting in their lineup as well to try and maybe make some better pairs or to just throw some folks off when you talk about the Stars. It's going to be, you're going to have, again, I think, imagine that the haymakers going back and forth, so you're going to need to have your fair share of goals to account for what I imagine the Oilers are going to bring your way.
And we've got this note from the 214. Don't forget Craig Smith is out.
Craig Smith out of this one.
At least tonight.
Yeah. And so you have Robertson, Rope, Tyler, Sagan still on your top line. Marchment, Duchesne, Pavelski in there as well. We were talking about Pavelski. Jamie Benn gets to pair with Wyatt Johnston again with Stankoven.
I was getting ready to say Jamie Benn's back home in Canada. He's Canadian. I would love to see him show them what they're missing. You know what I mean? He was the captain for the Olympic team when Canada went to the Olympics. Again, he's back in his native country. Let him get off. Let him do his thing. It is ripe old age. I say ripe old age. He's just a veteran. I mean, he's just a veteran. And again, I wouldn't be mad if even Tyler Sagan throws back the clock again. Go for it, man. I like to see the old heads do what they're supposed to do. Even Wyatt, let Wyatt do what he's supposed to do too. With his old enough to be drinking age. What, he's still 20?
Wyatt,
I think he's only 20 years old.
No, he picked up. He's 21. He turned 21 this season.
Yeah, he turned 21 after a victory.
Legal.
Yep.
Yes, yeah. So
drinks all around for the kid.
That's right. Yeah, let's get him some celebratory brews after this one for sure. From the, let me see. I done lost
Wyatt
it.
Johnston doing his
from the
thing.
214. Key to the win is not letting any Oilers outside of McDavid, Dre, and Hyman get going. They'll get theirs, but Stars' depth is much better and can win against Oilers' depth. I think that's a fair thing to say. To go back to the power plays, right?
They led the league in power plays.
Yes, they did. And
so you got to stop that.
It's one of the wild things of this series because both of these teams are solid on the special teams, and it feels like it's kind of negated itself because neither team has scored a power play goal.
We've only got 5 penalties.
Right. Edmonton 0 for 5, Dallas 0 for 7. And so eventually you've got to see the way that maybe this thing goes. I know that Connor McDavid said they have a good kill. They're aggressive. They get up the ice, make it difficult to get in the zone. And when you do get in, tough to settle down. They're really good at the kill, but we have to bear down. We have to be a factor in the series. That's the Oilers talking there about how the Dallas Stars have been very good in this. DeBoer expects the Oilers to make adjustments when they have a man advantage. So you just got to be prepared for that and continue to make it tough on them. Make it tough for them to get into the offensive zone. Obviously, clear it well. And don't give them as many opportunities because, again, this is a solid team when they're on the power play. Of course, limit the amount of power plays that they have, but when they are on it, continue to wreak havoc against them.
I love when the Tolos get involved as well. 940 says, hey, Wyatt turned 21 during the Colorado Avs series.
That's correct.
And the 979 says, bold prediction, the team that scores the most will likely win the game.
I like that.
Go Sports.
I like that. So, yeah, I think that those are things definitely the continued Rope Hintz boost, as we saw from last game. It just changed the way that things went, right? The energy, but I think also just the
lines.
When I use the word gravity, I always think about one player in basketball particularly, which is Steph Curry. When he plays, you could see the way the defense has been towards him. It felt like Rope had a little bit of that. They gave him a lot of respect in that. So I hope and anticipate that to continue to show up. And then, of course, again, that power play. 3L2 is predicting another overtime pressure cooker. I mean, for my
backs
nerves,
against the wall. The Oilers' backs against the wall.
Yeah, this is pivotal, right?
And they're at home, too.
The difference between 2-2 and 3-1 is gargantuan.
Huge.
And so, yeah, and that's why on the Stars side, this is going to be a huge game. If you can get this one, you can really control your destiny and put 1 foot in to the Stanley Cup final, right? Like, I don't know that necessarily you can chalk it up, but 3-1 feels so very much different than 2-2. From the 214, they said, CA and Reg, on my way to my second job, makes my night easier. Y'all make our nights easier by texting and getting involved. Super excited for this one. We got about 25 minutes, 26 minutes until puck drop. We're going to keep you up to date with all things Stars tonight as they take on the Edmonton Oilers. Ooh. Do you have a prediction on this one? Do you feel like you know how this goes? Because I'm going to be completely honest. I have no idea. I hope that the Stars get a victory, but again, this feels like one of those where it's going to be a slugfest, and whoever has the steelier chin can get the win.
Yeah, it could go overtime again. But I have my big faith in Otter, and that's why I'm really believing that the Stars are going to win tonight, and they're going to go up 3-1 just like the Dallas Mavericks. Real quick, the 860 says, CA, are you out here riding around in a Corvette with the roof off? No, that's not me. All I got to say is, I guess you should have known by the way I parked my car sideways that it wouldn't last.
CA loves
Little red Corvette.
A little bit of some music in there. And of course, shout out to the man Prince. I imagine that the Mavericks are going to try and disappoint the legacy of Prince by getting a win in his home of Minnesota.
He used to go
tomorrow.
to T-Wolves games.
He was a huge basketball fan, and I imagine a big-time Timberwolves fan as well.
He can play some ball.
The stories have been told.
Dave Chappelle stuff is for real.
There you go. 940 says Stars win 4-3. 214 says no overtime, 3-0 early blowout.
Nice.
Okay.
Write it down. He said write it down.
That would be better for my nerves. My brain does not necessarily agree, but look, I have been wrong plenty of times.
There's a lot of people's nerves are bad every night because Stars, Mavs, and these games are going down to the wire.
They really are. Both
teams.
I mean, it's what you kind of expect once you get to this level of playoffs, man. This is conference finals level of hockey and basketball, and thankfully you get to have that emotion, right? There's a lot of people around the nation and Canada.
Wish they could, They wish their teams were still alive.
And so
this is what it's all about, man.
It's a great place to be. It's a great time to be doing it.
It's a flashback to last October when the Rangers were doing this.
That's right. And we are the home of your World Series champion Texas Rangers and your home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Again, we're keeping you up to date as to what happens with the Stars. Once they drop the puck about 15 minutes from now, we'll give you everything there. But also, the other conference final that's happening is your Dallas Mavericks against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Unfortunately, not able to get the job done in Game 4. Minnesota is able to stave off elimination, take it to 3-1, and take it back to the Target Center in Minnesota. So let's talk about what's happening there. Are we gonna have maybe a little bit of a friend join us?
Yes, we are. Okay. Bobby Carella
of Dallas, the Dallas Mavericks. Will talk to us. DallasMavericks.com. Thank you for clearing that up for me. We'll talk to him about what happened last night. Next is the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You may not think what we say is smart, duh, but it's coming over a smart speaker, so that counts. Just tell that genius speaker, play 105.3 The Fan, presented by Comerica.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Bubba Thurman here, president of Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. Having issues with your water? Safeguard your home and experience peace of mind, knowing your system has 4 stages of filtration to provide you with fresh and clean tasting drinking water. $200 off whole house water filtration. Call us at 877-BERKEYS or visit us at Berkeys.com. Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
Get right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Datatula here with you alongside the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Shout out to James on the ones and twos. James, I just realized I've been saying your first name and not your last name. What's your last name, James?
Triley. James Triley.
There we go. We're going to get that right.
Triley.
James Triley here on the Get Right. Thanks for hanging out with us on this Wednesday evening.
He kin to Charlie. Triley and Charlie.
I'm not catching what you're putting down, I'm not going to lie.
Charlie down by the barbershop.
Ah, gotcha.
Charlie.
There you go. I
like that Aerosmith. It's Sweet Emotion.
Yes, sir. It is the last Wednesday in May, which I have been informed is World Otter Day.
That's a hint.
Yeah.
The Stars win tonight.
Yeah. I did not realize that was the case.
We got an otter in goal.
That's right. So hopefully he can get a win just to salute his brethren and sistren.
Ooh, 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 ooh.
I don't even know if that's the
was
sound
that. I think that I don't know if that was an otter sound.
I have no idea.
Is that a seal?
You know what?
That might have been a seal.
Let's ask our next guest who joins us on the D&M Leasing Hotline. He works for the Dallas Mavericks, Studio 41. They do fantastic work covering these Dallas Mavericks, and he was nice enough to allow me into his space where he watches the games last night. His name is Bobby Carella. Bobby, do you know what sound an otter makes?
I don't know much about otters, Reggie, but I can tell you we got to get you back down to the VIP section, man. They make you sit in the cheap seats one time, and the Mavs blow it.
Yeah, we got to get that situation straight. Thanks, Bobby. Yeah, for real.
I feel like you're the person that I talk to about these things. I feel like you're the man with power at the AAC when it comes to the Mavs organization, right?
You would be mistaken.
Well, I mean, from the vantage point that we had in the press box, it was an interesting basketball game all the way around. I was doing the podcast with Locked On Mavs after the game, and one of the things that I asked those fine gentlemen that I'll ask you here, did it feel to you, because it felt to me like the Mavericks did not break down the Timberwolves defense in the same way that they did in the first 3 games. It felt like they were able to really bend whatever the Minnesota Timberwolves were trying to do, and it felt like they didn't get that same level of effect in Game 4. Am I making that up, or did you also see that similarly?
I don't think you're making it up. I mean, the Mavs, I don't know the total dunk count, but it was definitely lower than it had been in the first few games of that series. You know, I can only remember a couple lobs to Daniel Gafford all game. And then, of course, without Derek Lively, the backup 5 is Dwight Powell for a minute and then Max Akliba for a while. And those guys aren't quite the vertical threat that Lively is. So, you know, it was a lot of tougher shots. But, you know, hey, to Luka and Kyrie's credit, through the first 3 games of this series, they were making a bunch of tough shots. And last night, neither of those guys could buy a bucket for like 3/4 of that game. I mean, it was tough sledding for those two. So, you know, I don't know how much of last night was Minnesota's defense versus those two guys just not hitting the shots at the level that we're used to seeing them hit. But, you know, Minnesota did shift Jaden McDaniels onto Kyrie. And that guy is 6'8", 6'9", maybe even taller than that at this point.
And second team all defense.
Yeah, and I mean, deservedly so. He's an unbelievable perimeter defender with a really long wingspan. And, you know, he's done pretty well on Luka, but Luka's just thicker than him, you know, is able to kind of shove him off him. But Kyrie was really struggling with that, you know, struggling against his length. And, you know, the Wolves did a couple other things on defense, but I really felt last night was more about Minnesota's offense and the Mavs just not being able to keep up with those guys. It was a pretty frustrating, disappointing game for sure. But I mean, hey, Minnesota made a lot of changes and they all worked.
Yeah, they did. The thing that's a shame is it's almost like the Mavericks could have stolen that game just like they did the 2 in Minnesota. The reason I say stolen it because Mavericks were in the game all the way to the end, even though they weren't playing that well. And this is the only thing. I want you to tell me what you think about this. Cat finally showed up. Karl-Anthony Towns had a nice offensive game. What I hate is he had this nice offensive game while playing 7 minutes with 5 fouls and didn't foul out till the end. I was like, We should have had him fouled out some kind of way.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was like the 8:45 mark or the 9-minute mark left in the fourth quarter when Cat picked up his fifth. And at that same time, or Gobert picked up his fifth.
Yeah.
Cat already had 5 fouls. And, you know, the Mavs just, it felt like they weren't going at those guys. Once they picked up their 5th foul, they were kind of like, I don't know, let's go target Nickeil Alexander-Walker now. It's like, no, go at Cat. Put him in action. You know, make him work. Put him at risk because, you know, like you said, he caught fire, you know, and you know, I've been on with y'all and I've been on with a couple other shows on the Fan over the course of this series, and I've been saying kind of the same thing, like, Cat's getting a lot of good looks. They're just not falling, you know, and Cat's been really good in the post, and he is making those shots. And I mean, last night, you know, he was giving anyone who guarded him the work. It was PJ, it was Derek Jones. He was finishing over bigs, and then all of a sudden, you know, they kept losing sight of him on the perimeter too, and that was kind of it. I mean, he hit a few threes in the fourth quarter, and the game was, you know, kind of over at that point. So they have to do a better job finding him. They have to do a better job communicating. I mean, Minnesota was taking advantage of some guys ball watching and, you know, some guys getting caught up like, are we switching this or not? Or, you know, where's my attention? Am I watching the ball? Am I watching my man? And then the next thing you know, Kyle Anderson setting a pin down screen. Cat's got a wide open 22-footer from the corner. And it's just like, God, you defended so well for 20 seconds. And then just one little mental lapse leads to a wide open three for the guy that you want to keep frustrated. You know, you don't want to see him get it going. So, you know, it was really frustrating, but like you said, man, I mean, they were in a position to win the game anyway. I thought that this was probably, you know, offensively and defensively the worst game they've played since game 1 against OKC, and they still had, I mean, Luka was at the free throw line to make it, a 1 or 2 point game with like 20 seconds left. So, you know, I mean, it's game 5 is there for the taking. This series is there for the taking, but the Mavs are going to go out there and they're going to have to win it.
We're talking to Bobby Carella of DallasMavs.com right here on 105 through the Fan. And Bobby, I typically am better at structuring an interview, trying to hit the big topics early, and then we could filter down to maybe some of the smaller ones. But one of the ones that fascinated me, even if it's a smaller piece in all of this, Jaden Hardy gave you some fantastic minutes, and he's continued to do that. 13
points, man.
Jumped into the rotation and has really grabbed hold of a part of it. What have you seen? What have you been impressed by with Jaden Hardy during the course of this series?
He's putting pressure on the rim. You know, he's putting pressure on the rim. And to be fair to Luka and Kyrie, the Wolves are putting a little more defensive pressure on those two guys. But Hardy, it feels like, especially in game 4, was able to get to the basket even more than Luka and Kyrie were. You know, and Kyrie played, or Hardy played, half their minutes or something. You know, he's been very aggressive. He's taking advantage of, you know, all the little seams and cracks in the defense whenever Minnesota's doubling Luka or doubling Kyrie, or, you know, maybe overreacting to something going on the strong side of the floor. Well, then you have Hardy just kind of lurking, waiting to attack off the dribble on the weak side. And he's been really good there. And, you know, he's also been fearless. And that's kind of, you know, that can be sort of a detrimental trait to a role player if their shot's not falling. You know, they're going to be confident, they're going to keep firing no matter what, and all of a sudden they can go like 2 for 11, and you're like, man, please stop shooting. But Hardy's got it going right now. He's putting the ball on the floor, and not only is he, you know, finishing at the rim, he had that drive and dunk. I mean, it was amazing. But the jumper's going, and he's also driving, looking to pass. Like, he's just constantly trying to make the right play. And that amount of, you know, not just rim pressure going to the rim, but also, you know, facilitating, playmaking, moving the ball, individual speed and quickness, you know, that's been missing from this team for a really long time off the bench. You know, they just haven't had a player with that sort of quality coming in off the bench in relief of Kyrie and then Luka. And, you know, that sort of third ball handler role has been something that's been vacant ever since Spencer Dinwiddie left, or I guess Jalen Brunson left before him. So, you know, if Hardy can continue providing that steady dosage of, you know, dribble penetration, ball movement, and three-point shooting, I mean, I think he's going to get even more minutes, you know, as the series and hopefully as the playoffs go on.
Totally agree. What's the latest that you've heard about Derek Lively II? And also tell us your assessment of Maxi Kleber's first game back since May 6th, I believe, against the Clippers, and what might be happening tomorrow night.
Yeah, I mean, Lively's listed as questionable tomorrow, which is good. You know, I feel like if there was any doubt, although this is the playoffs, there really is no reason for the Mavs to let us know, you know, one way or the other. But if it was really bad, there's no way they'd list him as questionable. You know, if his condition was worsening, or if it was something more severe than a neck sprain, then I mean, they would have to let us know. But hopefully he can go. I mean, I thought Maxey did really well, honestly. He hasn't played in almost a month. Obviously, the injury that he suffered was a shoulder injury, I believe, on his non-shooting hand. I think it was his left shoulder. So he was still able to dribble the ball with his right hand, still able to do cardio, conditioning, a little bit of body work and weights and things like that. So it's not like he was having to go from just sitting down for a month to getting back in an NBA game. He was in game shape and everything. And that was really important because, normally we think of Maxey as the kind of player that's really valuable in the sense that he can play 5 on defense, but generally switch and guard smaller players. But in last night's game, by necessity, he's guarding Gobert and Towns and Naz Reid. And, he's having to get rebounds and protect the rim and do a lot of the dirty work that we're used to seeing Lively and Gafford do. And he held his own. I thought he was really, really good. And, hopefully if Lively's able to come back, now the Mavs can run their own 2 big lineups with Maxey at the 4 alongside either Lively off the bench or Gafford in the starting lineup, depending on what Minnesota's doing. And then all of a sudden, you're not having to put PJ or Jones or Luka or sometimes even Kyrie or Hardy on Towns in the post. You can put Maxey on Towns in the post. And all of a sudden, it's way harder for Towns to back him down. And you can take away that element of Minnesota's offense, which even though the Mavs are up 3-1 in the series, that has been a thorn in the side of the defense for 4 games now. They have not found an answer for Towns in the post yet. And Maxey shifting over to play power forward could be a good antidote to that problem. So, Maxey looked good, and I thought he played well. And hopefully, if Lively is able to come back tomorrow, then, that their defense will be even better.
Now, obviously, the hope is that questionable status and designation that's been put on Lively means that he'll play in Game 5. But should he not? Right, it seemed like Anthony Edwards and Karl-Anthony Towns both found a little bit of success attacking the seams in this defense more than they would have in games 1 through 3. Is that something so as simple as once you have the size back that'll kind of dissipate or a little bit, or is that something where that's going to be a place where the Timberwolves are going to continue to have success against the Mavs?
I think it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Gafford I thought had a pretty good rim protection game last night, and that wiped out some of Minnesota's rim attacking in the second half. But you're right. Whenever Gafford wasn't in the game, and the same holds true for Game 3, even when the Mavs won, whenever it was Maxey or Dwight or whoever else at the 5, felt like Minnesota kind of were licking their chops a little bit. And Maxey, again, to his credit, did well, but Maxey is not 7'2" with a 7'9" wingspan.
And a bounce.
Derek Lively is kind of a 1 of 1 on this roster, 7'7" wingspan. I don't want to lie about his wingspan, all right?
But he got the bounce, though. He got the bounce.
Yeah, and the confidence and the swagger, and also the ability to jump and then quick jump and get the rebound. So he can contest a shot and still get the ball, even if he doesn't block it. He's super valuable. So I think that having Lively back will fix a lot of that. But there's also adjustments to be made. Minnesota was attacking from the sides and the baseline more than they were from just Ant one-on-one at the top of the arc trying to break his man down against a set defense with 2 guys on either side of the floor. Now all of a sudden they're shifting the floor, they're shifting the play over to the right wing or the low baseline to where, in a conventional sense, you have fewer options to attack the basket from the right wing because basically the baseline and the sideline is another defender. But it's a lot harder to get a really good defense set against a guy on the right wing whenever the guy on the weak side corner shoots 45% and the guy that's on the weak side wing shoots 42% from 3. All of a sudden, you have fewer options as the ball handler, but there's way fewer defenders, way fewer bodies in your way to the rim. So, the Mavs are going to have to work on that and sort of sort that out. How do we get guys in the gaps? How do we send help toward Edwards or toward Towns whenever the ball is in a different spot on the floor than we're used to? And, if they can figure that out, then that'll make it easier too, because instead of needing a guy back there at the rim waiting to wipe everything out, there just will be fewer shots at the rim to have to deal with in the first place.
Okay, so the Mavericks are a really good road team. They've had a nice road record all regular season, postseason. They, outside of the last 2 regular season games where nobody in the rotation was playing, basically, they have not lost 2 games in a row since the first week in March. It's a long time. I cannot imagine them losing this game tomorrow with those circumstances. I know Minnesota's dangerous, but tell us what Luka does after losses. He is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, he's generally a good bounce back player, not only after a bad team game, bad team result, but also after a bad shooting night individually. and he did not shoot it very well in Game 4. I mean, he made a couple shots late, including that ridiculous, 3-point and one that almost brought it back. You know? But he and Kyrie both, the fourth quarter is their quarter, right? And the two of them just did not have it going at all. So I would expect both of those guys to have big bounce back games and look to be aggressive early. But I mean, for the Mavs to win this game, look, Minnesota feels like they have a second lease on life, right? Like they were kind of there. They're down 0-3. The Mavs had the lead at various points in the second half, and it was a close game in the fourth quarter. And, Dallas has just out-executed them and grind them into dust the last few minutes of each of the first 3 games. And now Minnesota ekes out a clutch win. So they're probably feeling really good, and their fans are going to be really loud. That environment is going to be really primal. And Dallas in Game 2, they fell behind by 18 points in the first half. Like, you do not want that to happen again. You have to come out playing aggressive early. And I mean, we were talking about it before the game last night, Chris.
Yep.
Like, Mavs have to come out and hit first. In Game 4 at home in an elimination game, they were down 24-12 right out of the gates. Like, you just can't put yourself in those positions over and over again. It is way too taxing on you, physically and emotionally and psychologically and all that stuff. So, I mean, they have to just have a strong first quarter. Put yourself in a position to win the game.
Punch them in the mouth. That's what they got to do. Just
just play hard. Leave no doubt. Come out instead of waiting until the fourth quarter to turn it on. How about you turn it on from the tip?
Thank you.
And then let's make it a nice, easy night for all of us.
Studio 41 is where you want to be able to catch his fine work. His name is Bobby Carella, DallasMavs.com. And Bobby, one thing I always ask you: any stats that you find interesting of late?
Man, I don't know if it's a stat so much as an observation.
Okay.
Kyrie, God, his left hand is just, I mean, he's able to make shots with his left hand that most lefties can't. But last night, it felt like he was really going to the left hand a lot. And I think, they were all shots that he is capable of making, and they were all shots that the defense was giving to him. But I wonder if Minnesota's instead of OKC, how we're used to seeing the Thunder just double team Kyrie relentlessly, maybe Minnesota's just stay on his right hand no matter what. Force him to take those left-handed shots. Do not let him get to his right hand. And that seemed to be the game plan yesterday. And, the Mavs are going to have a counter to that. They haven't had to make a lot of adjustments for how guys are defending Kyrie. It's usually been Luka, right? But teams are keying in on him, man. They're trying to take something away from Kyrie, and that's been pretty interesting to see as the playoffs have unfolded. So I'm looking for Kyrie to either make 5 lefty shots tomorrow or for the Mavs to put him in a position where he doesn't have to take any.
At Mavs Studio 41 on both Twitter and Instagram. You want to hear this man talk because he knows ball. His name is Bobby Carella. We always appreciate you.
He's the cheat code.
Hey, thank you guys. Let's get it done tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bobby Carella, DallasMavs.com. Our guy, always willing, first of all, to come up and talk to us. And when he does, you get the goods because he knows ball for sure. For sure. It's the Get Right here on 105 through the Fan. We are looking live at the Edmonton Oilers and Dallas Stars going through some national anthems because we are ready to drop the puck. It is coming at you here shortly. But coming up next, let's go around the NFL, get you some news on the day, including I was about to tease and I just realized I forgot what I was going to tease. But we will get you some around the NFL
football
here on the Get Right on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, do the Stars have a 3-1 lead? We'll get you ready for Game 5 in Minnesota and another Dave Matthews ticket giveaway during the 7 o'clock Expressway. It's a Thursday morning on The Fan.
Family Talk with Straight Talk.
You give and you give. It's time to get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get a reliable 5G network and unlimited data, and you get to choose who joins your family plan starting as low as $25 a line.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Guys are the defense is there, but obviously the offense is as well, right? Wyatt Johnston already getting things going. A shout out to Jay Gon and Taro, who says 37 hours now without power, but charging my phone at work for the Get Right. Shout out to Jay Gone. Obviously,
he sounded like Broaddus. Broaddus still ain't got no power.
Yeah, man. Let us know. How are you handling things out there after the severe weather that we had earlier in the week, or I guess yesterday? It feels like it was so long ago, but it literally was yesterday. Because, I mean, there are some people that are still dealing with not having power, and obviously some of us are fortunate, got power back quickly if we did lose power.
Let's keep it real. We ain't got no electricity, air conditioning in this studio.
That's right.
Thanks to DJ, our engineer, for giving us some ad hoc air conditioning.
There you go. Well, we got a portable rented air conditioner in here that's not like, this is one of the few times where I'm sad that we have this big luxurious studio, because that little air conditioner ain't doing it for this whole room. I'm going to be honest.
You have to stand near it.
That's right. Which, I mean, we might see. Do we got wireless mics still? We might just go and do the show from right next to.
When I was a little kid at my grandma's house, we'd have to stand by the vent for that air, and I put my face right on the. You have these little creases on my face on the vent for the air conditioning.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I might need to get back to my roots and get that oscillating fan.
Yeah,
or you can talk into the fan.
Don't stick your tongue out.
Yeah, you got to be careful about that. But no, let us know. Let us know how you're coping, man. That's right. We're always here to hang out with you through the good and the bad. From 7 to 11 here on the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm glad you brought up that fan, because people don't know. Those that know if you talk real close to that fan.
Oh man,
the memories, man.
And of course, it's not been fun for anyone who's dealing with the power things. Apparently, also, if you're on that side from the 972, they said they work for Encore, haven't been home in a week.
He's been putting up the power lines, man.
Keep doing that.
Appreciate
hard
your work, man.
We appreciate you doing that. And hopefully, we can help you along with a little bit of fun here on the Get Right. So. Let's give that Tolo positive vibes and energy to everyone.
We're feeling good. Stars ahead right now.
That's right. That's right.
1-0.
1-0 Dallas Stars. I also know that somebody was like, hey, I love you guys, but I can't listen because I got the game recorded and y'all giving updates. And then you're damn right we're giving updates.
Sorry, we can't. This is not a movie. This is not a movie.
Yeah.
We can't say spoiler alert.
Spoilers will happen.
No, spoilers going to happen. I'm sorry.
I cannot give you, like, you are going to get spoilers here.
We try to take care of the Tolos, but not individually.
That's right. And you know what? Let's take care of the Tolos in this way by giving them a little around the NFL. We'll do that right now. Yeah. As we go around the NFL here on the Get Right, one of the things that I saw that was kind of, I don't want to say shocking, but was interesting. Nick Caserio went from the New England Patriots down to the Houston Texans, and he's been involved there. And for the first time in his tenure down with the Texans as the decision maker, the GM. He's given an extension. This time it is Nico Collins, wide receiver for the Houston Texans. If I remember correctly, he was Ohio State is where he came from.
Wonder why he connects with the quarterback.
Yeah. And he... Or actually, no, Michigan.
They shouldn't get along at all.
Yeah, they shouldn't, but they do very well. And Nico Collins has looked really good to the point where they have given him a 3-year, $72.75 million extension.
Good for him.
52 of that's guaranteed, so basically the guarantee the first 2 years. I imagine he'll see that out, though, with the contract maximum value of $75 million. He's a 25-year-old, and Nico Collins is an interesting one because I don't think that's a name that a lot of people viewed very highly, but he has quickly, developed himself, and, I mean, some of this is just like having the visibility with the Texans not stinking to high heavens this past year. He's one of those really good wide receivers where I think we're starting to get more of a consensus on how good he is, and he is really good. If you don't know about that man, if you don't know about Nico Collins, you will soon enough. He's a very good wide receiver, and if you need any evidence of that, just talking about what the compensation says, because usually, compensation is a proxy for respect at times, and they respect him in a big way. He is now 7th in average annual value with this contract. And probably a more fair way of looking at this, because you don't just want to look at raw numbers. He is now 15th in the NFL when it comes to wide receivers, when it comes to percentage of the cap at signing. So, I mean, look, I'm not saying that this is 1-to-1. I don't think you can do this as a 1-to-1 comparison, but that is top 15 wide receiver type things, and that is the place that Nico Collins exists in. The Texans doing a little bit to pay and keep that core that young core that they're starting to put together.
All I got to say is keep an eye on those Texans. They are young. They seem like they're cohesive, and you Cowboy fans will get a first chance to look at them close up at AT&T Stadium in November.
Yeah. So that'll be, I don't know how fun that'll be, because the Texans really put some things together. That day will also be a little bit of a homecoming. You'll get to see Dalton Schultz again, right? He's over there. Did Malik Collins resign in Houston? There's Houston, Texas picked up a few former Cowboys in that time, so you'll see some of those guys. But for the time being, Nico Collins got his money. Someone else that got their money.
By the way, speaking of wide receivers getting paid real quick, for those who are wondering, so a lot of everybody's not keeping up with, how come CeeDee Lamb's not at OTAs?
Yes.
What are they going to do about CeeDee Lamb? CeeDee Lamb is waiting on purpose. He wants to see what happens in Minnesota first because he wants the trickle down. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He does not want to sign a deal with the Cowboys and be the first wide receiver when the next one is probably going to get about $30 million a year.
I'm glad you brought that up because with the Nico Collins signing, I mentioned 7th in average annual value. When I just saw the numbers, I was like, good for Nico. And like my initial reaction, I wanted to be like, oh, is this going to say something about the wide receiver market? And I was like, nah, he's a step down.
Yeah, he stepped down.
He is not in that same vein
But
as
if
Justin
Steven wanted
Jefferson.
to make an offer below that, just laugh at it.
Yeah.
It ain't going to happen.
Yeah, that wouldn't
And
happen.
again, CD's waiting for what happened in Minnesota. You know, we want to see what happened in Minnesota first.
When Justin Jefferson gets his money, because both of these guys are set the market type guys.
Yeah, he want to see Justin do the gritty, and then we'll find out.
Yeah. Another wide receiver that got paid another level or two down, Juwan Jennings for the San Francisco 49ers will remain there. 2-year, $15.4 million extension for him. Woo. And it is not the wide receiver I anticipated. I saw San Francisco 49er gets extension, and I was like, oh, okay, so did they get the Brandon Ayuk deal done? No. No, they did not. But Juwan Jennings gets to stay, and I think that's interesting because they view Juwan Jennings as a wide receiver that has the capabilities to do some of the things that, like, not exactly all the things, but some of the things that Deebo Samuel does. Like, they trusted him to do some of those things, so they have another guy there. Look at that. Look at that. Uh-oh!
On cue, gentlemen.
Welcome Logan Stankoven to the scoring party.
Stanky leg, do the stanky leg on ice.
Essa Lindell, Miro Haskinen, they get involved on the play with some assists. 2-0 is your score for the Dallas Stars against the Edmonton Oilers. Big sucker punch. I don't even know if I can call it a sucker punch. Big punch early from your Dallas Stars. They're getting shots on goal, 4 to be exact. In fact, I should mention the Wyatt Johnston goal, first shot of the game, scored a goal, netted them a goal. 4 shots in, 2 goals. Edmonton has not even gotten a shot on goal thus far. The Stars come up with a lot of energy here.
Let me give props to the Tolo from the 214. Earlier, about 41 minutes ago, he said his prediction would be 3-0 early blowout. Write this down. Okay. He said that's what he texted on the Franklin & Frankel injury attorney's text line. He said 3-0 early blowout. Write this down.
He's on to something.
Yeah, one more goal. One more goal there for that particular prediction to come to pass. But no, the Stars doing a great job being aggressive early, scoring goals, and 2-1-4. Now y'all are all coming in with the energy. 4-0 final. Got you down. At this pace.
That'll work.
This pace. 4 might be a little bit on the light side. Let's finish out around the NFL with this here on the Get Right. Rams quarterback Stetson Bennett, previously the
Georgia quarterback. He's a 50-year-old quarterback from Georgia.
I don't think he's that old, but the college football playoff winning quarterback. He did win
and then wound up in Deep Ellum, not knowing who he was and where he was.
He was wilding, and he was drafted to the Rams. Although he was put on the reserve non-football illness list last September with the Rams, and
that's why he was trying to figure out. Something.
Well, I don't know, but he did confirm today, though, that his time away from the team was mental health related.
Oh,
right?
Okay.
So,
because I kid, but it was so out of character.
It was.
For him to
very
be in
wild.
Dallas and talking stuff to the police when they say, "Hey, man, you outside this apartment, you don't even know where you are.
Yeah,
you drunk."
He went as far as to say that he said that he would keep the reason for his absence in-house, but he was asked if it would be accurate to say that it fell under the umbrella of mental health, and he said, "Yeah, I'd say that." So taking care of his mentals, but he's excited to be back. He'll be back, on the roster behind Matt Stafford, and I don't know if they needed him particular, but they had to turn to Brett Rippon last year. When with some injuries, and then when he was
can I kid and ask this one question?
They had to put Carson Wentz in there at
one
point.
Can I kid and ask this question?
Please do.
Is he older than Matthew Stafford?
I don't think he's that old.
he's been in college for 15 years.
But it's not an absolute that he's not.
We don't know. We need to see his ID.
So, yeah, I mean, congratulations to Stetson Bennett.
I really like him. I've always
liked
liked Stetson Bennett, except for that TCU game. That's the only game I didn't like him in.
So there you go. That's around the NFL. From the 817, they said, can y'all give me the rest of that 214's number? I'm trying to get them to pick my lottery numbers.
Right.
That's I feel you, man. The Tolos helping Tolos get some money. Right now, your Stars getting some money, 2-0 early in Game 4 against the Edmonton Oilers. They're coming out. They're striking early. I think the biggest thing is can you put your foot on the pedal,
choke them out,
and really get going, or is this going to be you're going to leave the opportunity for Edmonton to strike back because they have the capability of doing so? Still early in this. We're rolling with you all the way till 11, and so we'll see you through this one unless they go crazy with overtimes at some point. But it's the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's delve back into Mavericks basketball as they fell 3-1 after losing Game 4 at the AAC last night. What changed for the Mavs when it came to the closing minutes of that game? We'll discuss that and more next on The Fan.
The Fan is on YouTube, Twitch, smart speakers, or any mobile device on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica. Turn it on, leave it on America's fastest growing sports station. Thanks to you. 105.3 The Fan.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Looking for a brand new ride for the rest of the summer and beyond? Check out Platinum Chrysler, Dodge Ram Jeep, and the Memorial Day sales event. In fact, you go to the website like I do. Check out the inventory, PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. Find the vehicle you want, get it at an incredible price. All you got to do, PlatinumCDRJTexas.com, or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler, Dodge Ram Jeep.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. It's time for The Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, indeed. It is the Get right here on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Reginald Datatula. That is the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
We got James Tritley on the ones and twos. Thank you, sir. And thank you guys for rolling with us on this Wednesday evening in the Metroplex. Happy National Otter Day.
What a coincidence.
Right?
Yes. Go Otter, our goalie in the Stars.
That's right. Stars currently lead 2-0 against the Edmonton Oilers with just under 8.5 minutes to go in the first period. I mean, the Stars got busy early. Wyatt Johnston scores in under a minute. Logan Stankoven joins him not too long after, maybe another 5-6 minutes after, just gauging off the top of my head because I do not have the box score directly in front of me. But they just possessed the puck so much more in this game as well, and they have made it so difficult for Edmonton to advance into the offensive zone. And
bing, bang, bing, bang.
That's right.
There you go.
That's right.
You got Tolo's missing that. They're glad you played that.
Shout out to James, giving the people what they want. And shout out to the Stars, giving the people what they want. An early advanced start to this game with a lot of energy. So we'll keep you up to date with what is happening there at Rogers Place in Edmonton, Alberta.
What's good about Otter on Otter Day is throughout these playoffs, by the time you get to the third period, he ain't giving up nothing. He just doesn't.
Yeah.
He first of all, if he gives up anything, and it's usually in the first period and he settles down, he ain't giving up nothing. This league could easily hold up. Easily. Because Otter is in goal.
Yeah, but I mean, look, it takes the doing, right? The saying is the easy part, the doing. And it looks like early on, your Dallas Stars up for the challenge. Because again, just the run of play, and let me pull up my friends at Money Puck, which is a fantastic website if you're wanting to look for some of the more advanced things in hockey. As you could tell, I am I always try and find where the advanced portions of this
and while you
are.
do that, let me say what Eric Chiafalo would describe it, because he always talks in double entendres.
Yes,
he would say the Stars sticks have leveled up. They've edged up.
Okay, he would definitely say that. That's the part that he'd definitely say.
What?
Leveled up, sure, but
that's the way Chiafalo rolls. He's just Mr. Double. I crack up. Everything he says has another connotation to it. Just know that.
Yeah, but the run of play is absolutely all favored the Stars early on in this one. 2-0, your Stars lead. 3-1, your Mavericks lead in the series against the Minnesota Timberwolves. They did not manage to get the sweep. But this game played, I guess, in the large sweeping ways of it. Last night at the AAC, yourself obviously always there at the AAC, MCing, make sure that the feeling is right in the building. I happen to be there, covering the game as well. But the overarching big.
By the way, were you hanging out with Michael Strahan?
Oh no, I did get a picture. I'm weird, right? Because I am there technically to cover the game, but I'm not covering the game in the same way that I think a lot of the
other media
writers and so like I saw
You're not a beat writer.
I saw Michael Strahan, I saw Justin Tuck. Funny enough, our friend Kevin Gray. I was saying hi to him. He's like, "Hey, is that Justin Tuck?" And I was like, "So you didn't see Michael Strahan sitting right there?" Like of the two people,
he missed the gap.
Yeah. What's funny is like if you see Michael Strahan and you see Justin Tuck, 99.9% of people identify Michael Strahan first.
Exactly.
And that's no shade to Justin Tuck. He's just not on TV every day like Michael Strahan is, right? But yes, Michael Strahan. It was a lot of famous folks in the building. Strahan, Justin Tuck. I saw Tim Howard, the former United States men's national team goalie.
Right. Micah Parsons, Trayvon Diggs. But
Osa Odigizua was there.
He also was there. And of course, A-Rod is always there.
Yes, he is.
A-Rod's there because he's in the middle of negotiating buying the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yes.
And that thing is all stalled out right now. I went over there, I was talking to him, and I was telling you this earlier in the break room. I've given him his props because Ranger fans, listen up. All during the ALCS against the Astros, I was quoting A-Rod. I said, Alex, I was quoting you to give people faith because A-Rod picked the Rangers to beat the Astros to go to the World Series. And he said this because he said on the broadcast, he kept saying it over and over again, the Astros have a losing record at home in the regular season. How do you think you're going to go somewhere if you can't even win a home game? So as the Astros were owning the Rangers in Globe Life Field, like I've said, Ranger fans, don't give up. Alex Rodriguez is saying, do not give up. They can't win at home. And that's what the Rangers got them. Rangers were undefeated on the road, and they handled up in Houston. I said, he said, man, thanks for saying that. Appreciate that.
That's nice.
He also said, what up to Tim Brown, because that's his boy.
I was like, that's
my Heisman Trophy winner, Raiders.
Absolutely. That's all nice. Ain't nobody trying to hear that about Alex Rodriguez. People don't like him.
It don't matter. He was all-star, but he was the American League MVP when he was with the Rangers.
That is right. And yet and still, people don't rock with that man. I don't understand it. Well, I mean, I do understand it to some extent, but it is what it is. What is, again, the Mavericks unfortunately fall to the Timberwolves 105-100 last night. Anthony Edwards, Karl-Anthony Towns, really the big story for the Timberwolves, finding a level of seriousness to him, as I'd like to call it. 25-5-5.
Yeah, I like the way you put that, level of seriousness.
Because I mean, boy,
he had been
thus far,
silly.
deeply unserious. But
like nonchalant.
But like the way that I was kind of laying this out is, unfortunately, the Edmonton Oilers claw back one with 6 minutes and 30 seconds left in the first period, 2-1.
I'm just praising Otter.
Yeah, look, I told you this is not going to be an easy one. It's McLeod. Ryan McLeod scores the goal. Corey Perry and Darnell Nurse assist what's happening there. And it's just a little deflection that skitters away from Otter. Replay. He slides up as the puck slides out. Nice little open net. Slides home.
It was behind his foot, his left foot. He couldn't get past that.
Yeah,
but it jumped over his skate.
The overarching story of these games, all four of them thus far in Mavs Timberwolves, is close game, and then who closes at the end. And for the first three games, it was easily Luka and Kyrie, because you saw the turnovers, kind of the lack of experience, and sometimes the deeply unseriousness that would happen with the Timberwolves. The unseriousness more between Karl-Anthony Towns and sometimes Rudy Gobert. The lack of experience very much showing up for Anthony Edwards at times. In Game 4, it was different. The Mavs did not close with the strength that you anticipated, although they tried to keep it close. But who did close well, a lot better than they had prior? Anthony Edwards, Karl-Anthony Towns.
Before he fouled out.
Yeah, that's right. What was the difference closing for from what you saw, CA, in this game when it came to the Mavericks?
Okay, it's real simple. The Mavericks were and still are the only team in NBA history to go up 3-0 and not have the lead with 5 minutes left to play in those games and then come back so they could close, right? So for Maverick fans and the Mavericks players, we know we don't ever quit. We know how to close. We got guys offensively incredible. They know how to close. But for the T-Wolves, in their mindset, in their own personal mindset as a team, is like, they've never dominated us. Not in Minnesota and not in Game 3 and Game 4 in Dallas. So in their mindset is like, we're doing it to ourselves. And that's a completely different mindset as opposed to a team that's like, man, we just can't beat them. No matter what we do, we just can't beat them because they're better than us and this and that, and they blown us out. The Mavericks never blew them out. So, and the fact that they also gave Denver a hard time and eliminated those champions. And when I say the hard time, they were up 2-0, took those first two games in Denver. Then they lost 3 straight to the champions. Then they won a game, and guess what? They had to win Game 7 in Denver. We're down by 20 in the second half and still won. So the mindset of the Minnesota Timberwolves, even though they're down 0-3, and no team in NBA history, or anyway, I guess it's NBA history, 154 straight, had never lost 4 games in a row and lost that 3-0 lead. Ever. But you can't tell that to the Wolves.
No.
In their minds, it's our own fault. Not, man, the better team won.
And I mean, that's the perspective that you have to take. In addition to that, I imagine what helped them, the Timberwolves rather, have that perspective was the shots just aren't falling, particularly for Karl-Anthony Towns. I think that was him. They worked him into the game through the course of this. And I know that I kind of limited this to closing, but what I think the effect in the run-up of the rest of the game allowed Karl-Anthony Towns to feel more involved and in rhythm in closing minutes, and that was a big difference for me. Karl-Anthony Towns, they got him the ball on the block and kind of allowed him to post up, which in some ways points to the downsizing of size that the Mavericks had to have a little bit. Obviously, when Dwight Powell was in the game, and that was in the first
And by the way,
half.
he was only in for like a minute.
It was 3 minutes, I think, max.
Yeah, at the most. He was
3 minutes.
It was Maxey most of the time, and Maxey's good. Don't get me wrong, he had a nice game, but he's not Derek Lively. He doesn't have the bounce. He doesn't block the shot. So Cat was like, I've dominated him before in the past.
And I think they got Karl-Anthony Towns going a little bit earlier, just attacking seams, and they started with that. They got him into the flow of games, and those shots that he was taking late in games in the first 3 games from deep, They ended up being. Yeah, he was bricking a lot of those. Those ended up being less settling shots in this game compared to those ones, and they were now more. This is a threat once Anthony Edwards probes, and that's another thing. Anthony Edwards was clearly a lot more comfortable attacking downhill because he was not as afraid of what happened on the back end of that.
There were no trees.
Even though Daniel Gafford, emphatic blocks. But I think he ended up being kind of compared to baseball, like the true outcomes. It was big plays. I think Daniel Gafford himself in post game after this one talked about how he felt like he wasn't playing up to his standard. And he felt like he was letting Lively down because obviously Lively wasn't there, so he needed to play up to the level that Derek is. And those were basically, I'm not exact verbatim, but that's basically the sentiment that he gave in postgame. And I was thinking back to it, and I was like, yeah, I guess there were the big plays, but it's not just big plays. You need the consistency of play all the way through because it's a few possessions that can shift a game in the postseason. And that's what it felt like. Because late in the games, there wasn't that fear to go and attack the middle of the floor for Anthony Edwards, so he was able to convert some of those. And then they were able to just knock down a few more of those shots because they had gotten into rhythm over the course of the game like they hadn't previously in the other games.
And yet and still, as poorly as the Mavericks played, they still had a chance to close it out. Again, they weren't closing it out, but they still had a chance. The game was close. We were talking to Bobby Carella just a little while ago, an hour ago, and Bobby was even bringing up, that a crazy half-court shot that Luka actually made. It would have been a 4-point play. He's got fouled. He missed his free throw. He made all of his free throws the whole night.
Yeah.
And that was like with 13 seconds left to play, could have cut it down to 1 point. That's how crazy this game was, even though the Mavericks played poorly. They hadn't played this bad this entire series. And yet, that's why I think they can still win this thing. Even though Minnesota's mindset is, you know what? They ain't beat us yet. Their mindset is, and I give them credit for that because other teams who were down 0-3, the teams that were beating them 0-3, like, man, we got blown out this one time, or they turned it on and the better team won. When Minnesota loses this series, they're going to be saying, we did it to ourselves. That's what they're going to be saying. I'm not going to say that they're right, because in my mind, the Mavericks took it from them. The Mavericks have closers. The Mavericks know how to. Anthony Edwards is too young. Cat and Rudy, what you said? They're not serious. They're unserious.
Maybe unserious.
That's the way I look at them. But in their minds, because they knocked off Denver previously, and they were always top 3 in the West the whole year. Man, we should have. We did it to ourselves. We blew our own opportunity.
One of the things that flipped,
and I don't like that because it makes it harder for them to quit.
Oh, I mean, this is not going to be a team that quits. And I mean, they can easily look at these games. They've had leads and big ones in all the courses. In fact,
4.
At the end of all these games, they've had a lead, and the Mavericks have come and closed out the games. And I think one of the things that made this feel like a flip of reversing of the roles. Another place where Anthony Edwards had shown his inexperience, he had turned the ball over in those late games.
Yes.
And the Mavericks were the ones turning the ball over in those situations where Anthony had made the right passes and made those kind of mid-range shots that he had missed. I thought that was a big flip.
I was shocked at Kyrie's turnovers at the end of the fourth quarter. He doesn't do that. He just doesn't do it. So again, I don't see Kyrie having another bad game in the fourth quarter. I don't see Luka doing that. He has a history this year of not having a bad game back-to-back. I'm talking about Luka. And so I'm looking, but here's the 214 says, are you guys worried that Kyrie is getting tired? I think that matchup now, we mentioned this earlier.
Jaden McDaniels
is now,
took the challenge of Kyrie Irving.
Yeah, he's not on look anymore. And so he's got these long arms, second team, all defense. Rudy's, the defensive player of the year. So he's trying to lock Kyrie down, and and as Bobby was mentioning, they're making Kyrie use his left hand a lot more.
Yeah.
You're shaking your head. And I looked over my shoulder. Oh, man.
Yeah, I wanted to finish out this segment before I gave you the update as to what's happening in Edmonton.
You want to tease it?
At the Rogers Place. I will let you know that the Edmonton Oilers have won, equalized, so it is 2-2. But also, they're going to be on the power play as Roddick Fox gets hit with a tripping penalty. And so that's 2 minutes. Edmonton that's going to be on the power play. And look, I told you it's going to be a heavyweight bout. They're going to go back and forth, and unfortunately,
you gotta be kidding me.
That's right. And unfortunately, the Edmonton Oilers have an opportunity to try and equalize. But like we mentioned before, early on the show, nobody scored off of power plays in this series thus far, and hopefully the Stars can continue that a little bit further.
The scary part is Edmonton's #1 in the league in power play scoring.
That is right, but it hasn't shown up thus far in the series.
We got Otter.
Yeah.
In the day of the Otter.
But yeah, bad game for both Kyrie and Luka in this game. But
and no Lively. This is the 817 saying that?
Yeah.
They only won by 4. They should be very concerned. I don't think they're concerned. I think they're going to do their due diligence and watch what happens. I really do think they're going to win the Western Conference tomorrow night. I just really do.
They do have that opportunity tomorrow night. Obviously, more to be said on this
If they
game.
lose, they come back home on Game 6.
That's right. It's every other day, as long as the series continues to be necessary. And you hope for the Dallas Mavericks that the series does not continue to be necessary. We'll find out tomorrow evening from the Target Center. It'll be that same 7:30 tip on TNT. And, of course, we'll get you ready for that here on 105.3 The Fan. Again, 2-2, Dallas Stars currently currently tied with Edmonton as they lead the series 2-1. And Edmonton is on the power play, had an opportunity where it looked like the puck was just laying out for an Oiler to be able to slide it home. Thankfully, that does not happen, but still applying pressure to your Dallas Stars right now as they try to take the lead in this game. It's the Get right here on 105 through the Fan. Thanks for hanging out with us. We are being super sports fans with you, just like you are in this moment, keeping up with the Stars as they try to take a definitive 3-1 lead in this series out in Edmonton right now. Coming up next, let's talk about your Texas Rangers, who got a win today, and also how this season compares to another one in recent history. We'll discuss that next on The Fan.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device. The Odyssey app is there for you, thanks to our friends at Comerica.
Sean Shreve here for Better Help. This year has gone so quickly. What's something that you're proud of in 2024 so far? What's something you still want to accomplish this year? When life goes so fast, it's important to take a moment to celebrate your wins.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Original podcast. I'm your girl, Cheryl Swoop. And I'm Jordan Robinson. All WNBA season long, we'll be bringing you interviews with star athletes, analysis on your favorite teams, and lots of hot takes. Order in the court. Follow and listen to Queens of the Court on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is sponsored by Franklin Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first. 214-817-333-3333. With Franklin Franco, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Franco, the go-to car or truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Get right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatuli here with you alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Shouts out to the Dallas Stars. They are at the first intermission. The game is tied 2-2. And I know that I said shouts out, a little bit of positive energy. Unfortunately, I mean, they got out early. Wyatt Johnson scores a goal less than a minute into this one, 58 seconds to be exact. They go up 2-0 about 5.5 minutes into this game, and Edmonton battles back. It is 2-2. However, the energy and excitement that you hear is because I just saw something kind of amazing to me personally. Oh. And maybe you go, hey, man, that's not that incredible. That happens all the time. That's more power to you. I was fascinated by this. The Oilers had an opportunity to go up 3-2 in this one. In fact, they had a shot where the puck was online, but a rogue and unmanned goalie stick.
Was it a goalie stick or just a stick?
It was a goalie stick. I don't think it was just any stick.
So it was Otter's stick?
I think it was Otter's stick behind him somehow on the line, on the line between the posts.
The stick had a mind of its own.
Had a mind of its own, like it was Fantasia.
Oh my goodness.
I think if my eyes were serving me correctly,
oh my goodness.
It deflected the puck away from what was an inevitable goal. And yeah,
wow, look at that.
It was Otter's stick.
It was Otter's stick.
It's Otter's stick.
Otter's on the front of the crease, like if it was a basketball situation, it'd be like around the edge of the free throws.
Or the
restrict area.
Yeah,
and he was up there without his stick, and his stick saved the goal by itself.
It's so insane. Wow. I really and truly didn't know how to describe it. A wild thing to happen. But we are at the first intermission in Edmonton. 2-2 is the score. And look, just like in last game, it feels like this is going to go back and forth in a way. Who has the steely reserve to outlast the other team? And hopefully your Dallas Stars can, like Game 3, do it again and give themselves a 3-1 series lead in that one. We will keep you up to date with what is happening there as we continue on through the evening. And if you could cue this up for me, my guy James, I need cut 13 here because the Texas Rangers played earlier today at Globe Life Field. It was a quick 2-game set against the Arizona Diamondbacks. And this man wants you to know that he is hot right now.
Nelson delivers, and Curry swings it to deep drive to right. Back goes McCarthy. He's at the wall. That ball is history. Curry Seager puts one in the first row of the lower deck. Woo! He has done it again, a 2-run homer, and it's 4-0.
I'll take that.
That's right. That. And that home run, along with some other scoring, allowed your Texas Rangers to get a 6-1 victory over the Arizona Diamondbacks.
3 in a row now.
Absolutely gets them.
Don't call it a winning streak.
I mean, it is.
Technically, yes, you
three
can.
3 in a row is a winning streak. I don't know what else you're supposed to call it. Not that
winning streak because they've had a losing streak.
That's right.
A couple of times.
27-29 is their record. They're inching closer to being 500 and maybe even above 500. And they're when it comes to players in franchise history with 8+ home runs over an 8-game stretch, as Corey Seager currently has. Obviously, Corey Seager, Joey Gallo, Josh Hamilton, Rafael Palmeiro, Jose Canseco. end of list, right? Like great company, of course, for a player of his magnitude. Corey Seager's just been on a run of it. He's been killing it. And I mean, it was necessary. Like obviously that is the only that's the only home run of this game for the Texas Rangers. Actually, the only home run of this game, period. And that's been very important because Corey Seager needs to be one of the tent poles of this offense.
I think he's figured it out. I think he's found his groove finally.
Yeah, I mean,
we've been waiting for it.
Well,
I think it's a 12-game on-base streak for him at this point.
This is coming off of the spring training injury. You know, he's such a technician. It was just a matter of time. A couple of notes on this thing. They thus sweep the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Is it a sweep if there's only 2 games in the series?
Technically, yes.
Okay.
Because they didn't win a game.
You got to give it to them.
Swept it. Here's the deal. This is a rematch of the World Series. The two teams have something in common. The Rangers were struggling. You know, they lost 5 straight.
Yeah.
And then now they've won 3 in a row. Arizona has been struggling. In fact, their struggle is they have lost 7 of their last 11. They are 25-30 as we speak. So the Rangers have turned some things around. The Diamondbacks, they're chasing the Phillies.
Yeah, and that's a tough chase. The Phillies have been fantastic this season. Your Texas Rangers have a little bit less of a chase, and of course, you mentioned chasing the Phillies. They're not in division with them, so thankfully,
the same conference.
But they're in the same conference. There, your division in the AL West has been kind of subdued in a way. Still 3 games back of the Mariners. Unfortunately, the Mariners have done this exact same. They've matched you game for game, win for win on this streak thus far. They're on a 3-game winning streak. However, what you can hold over the Mariners' heads, the Astros' heads, the Athletics' heads, the Angels' heads, there's only one team, one single solitary team in the AL West that has a positive run differential. Can you tell me who that team is? It's not a difficult quiz.
I'm going to take my time with this one, but now that I've figured out the answer, I think it's going to be the Texas Rangers.
Texas Rangers.
There we go.
Just like that.
They have a +1 run differential. Woo!
Hey, only ones. We'll take that win.
But there you go. Like, I mean, honestly, it really has been kind of a depressed AL West this season. And the Rangers are managing to continue to make do. Of course, it was nice to be able to see them to put up a crooked number in a couple of innings. The 5th inning, they had a 2-run inning. 8th inning, they had a 2-run inning. A novelty in this game, and I do mean novelty because it's the first time it's happened in 350 days. Marcus Semien had the day off today. He's been dealing with a little bit of something since
the injury. He banged up.
A couple of weeks ago.
Adolis Garcia, the collision.
Yeah, and he's been dealing with that. And for the first time after a streak of 349 games, consecutive games started, he had the day off, and thus that streak breaks for Marcus Semien. And you know that it takes a lot because that's a dude that not only he doesn't take half days off. Like he doesn't allow them to DH him, talk less of take a day off. So you know that he's really going through something for him to take the day off. And I mean, it speaks again to how I don't even know what the right word is, but committed he is to what he does. Travis Jankowski was the one who led off in his stead. Didn't get a hit, but of course that doesn't matter a ton when you have Corey Seager hitting the way that he is now.
Back to Marcus Semien. I really did think, don't get me wrong, I really did think that he would come closer to a Cal Ripken kind of situation where he would go and remember, Cal Ripken's got the longest streak of not missing a game. It's in the thousands.
He might be the closest to ever come towards it if it didn't get stopped.
That's exactly where I was going.
Yeah.
Exactly where I was going. I'm like, and also 349. I was like, man, you know he must be hurt if he couldn't do 350. Because if he had to stop, he'd probably say, you know what, Boach, at least let me get 350.
Yeah. Let's not stop at an odd number.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, in that instance, it's just
of course he can't. His body can't.
Right.
He can't do it.
Absolutely, and you know that he really tried.
You know that he wanted to.
A man who is coming back from a little bit of injury, Wyatt Langford. Chris Young was vehement about the idea when he is ready, he will be in the majors. He is, and thankful for it because Wyatt Langford 2 for 4 on the day. He scores a run, goes first to home on a Jonah Heim double early in the game, and that allows him to get back into this. And it's good to see it because he stepped up to bat in his first at bat, and it's just he lines a laser into left field, if I remember correctly, or left center, something like that. And it gave me a lot of confidence personally because he was struggling to start the season. So seeing him step to the plate, swing the bat with confidence, get good contact, find grass, and then get on the base paths and run. Like, those are all the things that we're talking about when we're talking about Wyatt Langford for this team. So that was great, seeing him hit, swing the bat well, and then also back-to-back with Jonah Heim, who also went 2 for 4, was able to drive him in as well. Those are things that you need to have more. A few guys hitting well, obviously, and then have those guys close together so you can stack those hits into runs.
Wyatt Langford's lucky. He's lucky he didn't come back and have Angel Hernandez behind that plate. That's all I got to say. That's all I got to say.
He'll come back up in the course of this series. But yeah, your Texas Rangers, 6-1 win, 27-29 is where they stand, which is not too far away from where they were about in 2022.
That was the year that they kept losing games by 1 run.
Yeah, a lot of one-run losses.
Painful. They led the league in 1-run losses, and Chris Woodward, the dude was great he was very good as a first-time manager, but you can't overcome that. And that locker, can you imagine going to the clubhouse and you lose again by 1 run? That's hard. And that's why he unfortunately lost his job.
Yeah, Jamie Newberg wrote an interesting piece at D Magazine about this and the fact
is that right?
Yeah, this team, 2 months into the season, looks a little bit like what that 2022 team looked like. Through 56 games, they were 26-30. In that place, and that's not too far off from the 27-29 that they currently sit at. And you look at kind of some of the OPS pluses that those team, a lot of these players that you have in your lineup, and for guys like Ezekiel Duran, Jonah Heim, Corey Seager, Adolis Garcia, their OPS plus is somewhere in between what it was last season and what it was the 2 seasons ago in that 2022.
Are you saying they're regressing to their normal selves?
I don't even know if that's as far as I want to go.
Are you trying to say that last year was an anomaly for those guys, those role players?
I imagine some people could take that as their assumption there.
Is
I don't
that
know
what
that I would
Jamie's
go there
trying to do
necessarily, but I do find that to be an interesting thing that's happening here, where maybe this team is just having a stretch that is similar to what that 22 team was. But the tough thing about it, or I guess the thing that I imagine is different, you do have a lot of injuries that are factoring into this compared to just not being nearly as good of a team in 2022. And one of the things you mentioned, Chris Woodward, I had a lot of fondness of Chris Woodward, but he is not Bruce Bochy.
Not at all.
And you don't have the amount of talent that you have this year, especially that are waiting in the wings to get healthy and come back. But I did find that to be interesting that this team, obviously at this time of year, looks a lot closer. And of course, early on, the Rangers last year were on a tear. Like, they got out to a 40-20 start to the season.
6 guys made the All-Star team as starters because that's how good they were.
So that is just like a difference in, I think, the trajectory of the season. As it's a long season, it's going to go through ebbs and flows. But I was like, it's interesting that it's in that place. But I imagine that the story of the season will be how, now that they're at this point, you looked at that year and they went significantly worse throughout the course of the season. I do not foresee that for the 2024 Texas Rangers.
I don't either, and you said a big key. I love Chris Woodward. Again, first-time manager. Bruce Bochy. I'll never forget this because he talked about this. I want to say he talked about it with KNC. He is even-keeled. There's no highs and lows that bother him. And he said this to KNC, that when he was a player, he had a manager who used to scream at him all the time. And he said that didn't work with him. And he knew that you've got to be consistent. He's got the rings. He's going to the Hall of Fame. That whole team trusts his judgment. Whereas with Woodward, they might like the guy, but they don't know if he could, you know what I'm saying, when things are going bad. And there's something to be said for that. When the culture of the clubhouse, culture of the team trusts the skipper, the manager, the coach, because he's seen it all, been there, done that, and stuff doesn't bother him. You follow what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. There's different styles to everybody, but there's something to be said for Bochy saying, you know what? I got this. I've seen it all. In fact, they actually lived through it last August and September. I'm talking about this same roster. So unlike 2022, when the manager, the skipper, who was this is first time ever being a manager, like, oh man, but he doesn't know. With Bochy, this man has seen it all. He's a grizzled veteran. He got rings. I trust, if he's not losing his mind, I'm not losing my mind.
from the 2-4, at what point do we stop saying there's a lot of baseball to be had and start get together? Well, for one, there still is a lot of baseball to be had. This is, I mean,
it's a fact.
You still have about 100 games
this is not August
to go. And with that being the case, also, one thing to remember, starting tomorrow, you begin a weekend series in Miami against the Marlins, who are not a very good team. You will then come back home, and the in-week series, I guess, for lack of a better term, as my brain isn't working right now, is against the Detroit Tigers. That's not a great team. And then after that, next weekend, you face off against the San Francisco Giants. And if I remember correctly, that's not been a particularly great team.
And guess what? It'll be June.
Although they're about this. They're about 500, but that's fair.
It'll be June, and the cavalry starts coming in slowly but surely. Those injured players start to heal. So that's when you can stop saying,
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand you need this team to be playing better, but thankfully you had a quick 2-game series here where you found a little bit of offense.
They've won 3 in a row now.
And you've won 3 in a row. And shout out to Dane Dunning, who, again, is showing you that this is who he is. He's just a veteran who's going to hit his spots. And 6 Ks and 5 innings of work. Does a fantastic job today. And then your bullpen takes it home, including Kirby Yates, David Robinson, both getting out there and doing what needs to be done.
And the power outage that was destroying this team in May is showing up. In other words, not just Corey Seager, but they're scoring runs again. They were stuck at 4 and below. And you see they've scored 6, they scored 5. They're scoring runs again. So it's not like, well, the pitching saved them. No, everybody's on all cylinders right now. How long will it last? We don't know. But guess what? Trip's on the way.
I don't know if I want to say all cylinders yet. Still left some men on base. Still need to hit a little bit better and run
slowly but sure.
But it's not as abysmal as it was.
I'm trying to say it's not
before,
one-sided.
For sure. And hopefully
we can nitpick, but I'm saying it's not one-sided.
Absolutely. And so Rangers, at least they sweep a series, 2-gamer, and they have an opportunity to do the same against the Miami Marlins team that's not as good necessarily. So hopefully your Rangers can continue the win streak.
So if I want to nitpick, in other words, take the side of the Tolo who said when they're going to start, they struggled against the Rockies, lost those games. They struggled against was not Minnesota. It was a team that hadn't won. All of a sudden, they won games back to back for the first time. In other words, I'm not going to count on the other team's record. I'm counting on the fact that they're playing well.
There you go. Shout out to the Texas Rangers. Shout out to the Dallas Stars, who have started the second period. 2-2 is still the score there in Edmonton between the Stars and the Oilers. It's the Get right here on 105 through the Fan, and a little bit of a baseball taste. Angel Hernandez, I somehow combine him with Alex Rodriguez. Angel Hernandez. He said he is walking away from baseball. He is retiring, and people rejoiced. And in honor of him, who else would you just so excited to see leave? Whether it's a sport, whether it's your favorite team, whether it's something else. Text in 877-881-1053. Let us know. Who are you excited to see leave? We'll discuss that next on The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, all things Stars Oilers Game 4, and we'll start our Super Hockey content block at 11 o'clock with Joey Erikson. Plus, how the Mavs are putting the Anthony Edwards NBA takeover on hold. Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on The Fan.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality durability.
Mexican limón. Muchas gracias, limón. And also, de nada. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2024 Dos Equis, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Tolo's Eric Chiafalo here for Platinum Ford in Terrell between Highway 80 and I-20. Super excited to partner with Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and General Manager Adam Vinci are monster Tolos, and there's a reason why so many head over to the east side of the Metroplex for their next Ford truck, car, or SUV, and you can do the same. I was in the car business for a long time. This is a first-class organization. Everything from Super Duties, full-size Broncos, and more. Start the process now at PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Hall of Famer Eric Nadel hangs with the Jeep Bag Nation every Friday at 5:20. Presented by the Texas Lottery on your home of the world champion Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the Get Right is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
To Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Catch you down.
Thanks for rolling with us on this Wednesday evening in the Metroplex. It's World Otter Day, and Jake Ottinger just got a face full of some ice. It seems like it's getting a little chippy there in Edmonton.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Yeah, man. They gave him a little spray of ice.
Somebody skated right up to him and then stopped and
hit the brakes.
Hit the brakes and ice all over.
Here's a little snow cone for you.
I'll take exception to that one.
And they absolutely should, and they have. And I imagine that's also because that comes on the heels, maybe not immediately on the heels, but after you got a little bit of physicality. Mason Marchman seemed like he took either a puck or a stick to the face, and so he went back to the locker room. I haven't seen anything from the arena from any of the fine folks that cover this if he is returned back to the bench or anything, but we'll keep an eye out for that if we get a chance to see it. Still 2-2 there with 15 and a half, or about just under 16, in fact, in the second period. But in baseball, Angel Hernandez is probably the biggest and most polarizing figure, and I don't even know how polarizing because I feel everybody's on the same pole, which is he stinks. Angel Hernandez, not good at calling balls and strikes, so on and so forth. And for that reason, people were, enthralled. Very happy when it was announced yesterday that he would be retiring from his job being a umpire for Major League Baseball, which I thought was really weird in the middle of a season.
Well, here's the deal. He has not retired yet because he was suing Major League Baseball for discrimination.
Okay.
And they finally reached a settlement.
I got you.
So now he's like, okay, I can retire.
Okay, so that explains the timing. Does not again change the reaction. People are super excited, and that got me thinking, who are we just happy to see go?
Can I say this about Angel Hernandez as well, real
Please
quick?
go. Yeah.
Because as the Tolo start texting in, I found this out because I was like, he makes the worst calls. His strike zone is so crazy. And Wyatt Langford, I mean, that was the most worst call ever. But it turns out Angel Hernandez apparently is a really good dude off the plate. But he's terrible as an umpire.
I don't know
and
that
he's
guy.
been around too long. Nobody knows it except for, that's why I said I found this out. I was like, really? I would have thought he's just a complete jerk, period. But apparently he's a really nice guy. And the only reason he never retired was he was suing Major League Baseball and they finally reached a settlement. He goes, okay, I'm gone.
Yep, and people were super
Thank
happy.
God.
So.
Thank God.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin injury attorney text line. Sorry, I had to clinch a little bit.
See, I have to look over my shoulder. You got the only TV that works in the studio now because of the storm that happened yesterday. And I have to look over my shoulder. Yeah, so I'm looking at your face going, oh no. And my head whips around.
Yeah. Some folks that people are happy to see go are people that aren't even gone yet, but Swaggy Booties and I think some other people on the text line said LeBron, get King Cap out of here. And I think some of the folks is just because I think there's an appreciation for how good of a player he is, and they're just like, I'm tired of seeing you win stuff, which I hear you. And some people just don't like that dude for various reasons, right?
Whatever the reason.
And whatever the reason, I guess you're entitled to it in this place. But yeah, LeBron James ends up being a big name that people are ready to see go.
Can I tell you a name that a lot of Tolos probably already know?
Sure.
There's just one name. I don't know if he's officially retired. I haven't seen him in a year. I don't know if he turned in his paperwork or not. But Rajon Rondo I ain't got no love for him. Put me in a boxing ring with him. He never done anything to me personally, but this man
quit on the team
in the middle of a game. Rick Carlisle had to cover for him and say, well, he had a back injury. I'm going to tell you how you know that he quit on the team. This is a team full of, some of these guys might go to the Hall of Fame. You had Amari Stoudemire, Dirk Nowitzki. We're talking about the Dallas Mavericks, and they're playing. I want to say they're playing Houston, or might be playing Oklahoma City. All I know is he quit in the middle of the game. This was their last hurrah. He came in, and by the way, he's one of these guys that's got a brilliant mind.
Yes.
You have to prove it to him. You can't say, this is how we're going to run our offense. Prove it.
Too smart for his own good.
He could do a Rubik Cube in like seconds. That's how smart he is. And by the way, I ain't never had no personal problem with him, but he quit on the team. And for those who say, he didn't quit on the team, he just couldn't, Carlisle just know how to coach with him. This is how you know. The coaches have no say-so on team shares of playoff shares. That team voted trainers and equipment guys playoff shares. Rondo got nothing.
You get no money. And for those that don't understand playoff shares, they don't. The players' contracts are only for the regular season. There's a little bit of extra money generated in the playoffs.
Yeah,
and the players decide how that is.
There's hundreds of thousands of dollars available, depending on how far you go in the playoffs. They said, nope, you ain't getting nothing.
Yeah, you get a 0% share.
Nothing. It just, I was so mad about that. And at one point, I got to tell this because it happened. And a couple of years ago, Rondo was looking good. Maybe it was for the Lakers or whoever. And they were like, playoff Rondo. That's his nickname.
Yeah.
Playoff Rondo. Richard Jefferson was doing the game. And Richard said, well, I don't. Because Richard was on that team.
Yeah.
He said, well, I don't know about playoff Rondo. And when Richard came back to call a game for the Mavericks, I said, Rich, you almost told the truth on it. He said, yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of folks in the Metroplex that feel the exact same way. And also, if you're a Mavs fan, I imagine this name is also high on the list of the people that you are happy to see go. His name is spelled funny, Dwayne Wade, even though it's spelled like Dwayne.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that do not have any time for that, man. In fact, there are people that, I get it. They hold their grudge to this day, even when Dirk is on the stage with them at the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame.
They finally buried the hatchet, but there's a lot of fans that ain't giving it.
The fans are like, I don't care about that.
It wasn't even the fact that D Wade and the Miami Heat beat the Mavericks. It was the cough.
Yeah.
He was mocking Dirk in the finals.
That sweet
when
man.
Dirk had the flu. There's people right now have a summertime flu. Right now, I got people that I know have had the summertime flu just this past week. And guess what? Here he is mocking Dirk, and Dirk don't make stuff up.
From the 817, oh, y'all ain't he ain't do nothing. It's not his fault. From the 817, I'll be happy when Dwight Powell leaves with his junior looking at defense.
Leave Dwight Powell alone. Let me tell you, first of all, Dwight Powell is not a real center. He's a small forward that Rick Carlisle put in the starting lineup with Luka because the analytics on his pick and pop, pick and roll on those dunks in the regular season were like through the roof, and he sets these great screens. It is not Dwight Powell. He does not demand to start. It is not his fault that they couldn't find anybody until Nico found Derek Lively in the draft and then got Daniel Gafford in the trade. That is not Dwight Powell's fault. Stop being mad at him for trying hard.
I'll still be on that guy's side. For
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah, like, and that's the tough part about it is like
he's not a bad person.
He just been out there, and look, sometimes it don't have to be about you being a good person or a bad person. Although in this instance, I imagine
they
people
put him out there.
In this particular instance that I'm about to mention, some people will lean it that way. Don Ramon, I'm guessing is how your name is pronounced on the YouTube, said, I'm glad that Mayweather's out of boxing. He was a piece of, and then some ellipses here. I don't know what they were trying to say after that.
Money Mayweather.
I have no idea what they was. Yeah.
Could nobody hit him?
I don't look.
Easy.
As a boxer, an incredible defensive boxer. I understand why fans of boxing are like, I ain't trying to see that. Let's throw these punches. I get it.
Yeah, they want to see a fighter.
If you want to talk about as a dude, I ain't got no defense. I really don't.
Oh, yeah.
There are some absolutely indefensible things that we could talk about there when we talk about abusive and physically abusive things that he's done in there that you just simply cannot defend. So I understand it. And then also, he really leaned into, like, I guess what I could call the negative promoting of boxing and combat sports when they selling that fight based off of the schism, baby. He was like, every Cinco de Mayo, guess who I'm fighting? Somebody from the country of Mexico. Yeah, that's not going to get people to like you. It's just not.
Well, he turned heel because he said he used to be pretty boy Floyd. He turned heel when he realized I want people to buy the fights to watch me lose, but I'm not going to lose. And that was his whole strategy.
From the 413, they said they're a Celtics fan. They were happy to see Kyrie leave, but they're impressed with what he became. No hate, full props. Okay, so you were happy to see him go. However, on the other side of it, you can appreciate him. I get it. From the 817, I should have seen this one coming. I'd love to see Stephen Jones retire. Can't say I want Jerry to because when we wouldn't have any more Jerryisms. I imagine that you probably make the trade if you're feeling that way. But
Steven is young. He ain't going nowhere.
Yeah. But I know that there's plenty of Cowboys fans that are counting the days.
I
on
totally
that
agree, but here's the deal. Unfortunately, Steven is more conservative than Jerry. Jerry went for it all when he bought the Cowboys and was wheeling and dealing early on, and then Steven was completely opposite of Jerry and said, easy, Jerry. Slow down. You don't need to be paying all these free agents.
Jagon gave us a list. I'm going to try and clean some of this up because I don't know that we could be wishing ill on people in some of these ways, but Skip Bayless is a name that threw up. Bobby Belt. Ooh, catch that straight, Robert.
Ting, ting, ting,
Gobert catch one. All the Amazon NFL broadcasts. What did they do to you? Dan Patrick, which one is the question I have to ask you there? LeBron, fair enough. I understand where that. Mr. Glass, Mike Trout. Wow.
This list was written before this.
Yeah, like you had this in your phone save. It's still going, mind you. Micah Parsons. What did Micah do? What?
He says Micah Parsons' voice.
Oh, his mouth. So if he just don't talk as much. Okay, I kind of get you just trying to get rid of the podcast. I get you. Gotcha. And don't forget Jerry and Stephen Jones. Wow, Jagon, you had a lot there.
Yeah.
A lot. Wow. You just waited for the. Apparently, the people like the negative segments. They like the negativity.
I
don't know. Should I? I feel bad because I don't want to foster negativity, but the people like talking.
People love some clickbait. People love to. I'm telling you, it's just the day and age we live in. These information bubbles. They like to hear controversy.
Well, I guess
they like diss tracks.
Yeah, they sure do. Apparently, we have learned diss tracks will do numbers. So
they ain't like us.
I guess. Yes, not like
BBL,
us. Indeed. Hey, don't do that.
Hey,
come on now. CA.
No, we don't want to go.
I thought we were on the same team here.
We are.
I guess
we're gonna go on tour together later.
A farewell and a Godspeed to Angel Hernandez, who announced that he's retiring on Tuesday, and just so happy to see him go. So get right here on 105 through the Fan. I did promise that I'd give a shout out here on this Wednesday evening. Someone said shout out Josh Holt. He got hit by a forklift today, and his favorite animal is the otter. And unfortunately, today is World Otter Day, so got hit with a forklift on the day that is dedicated to his favorite animal. Shout out to Josh Holt. I hope that makes you feel better, I guess. Upwards
I hope you can sue, or I hope you're not hurt too bad. One or the other.
I hope you can do the American way of life, which is litigation, baby. Good luck to you on that. Coming up next on the Get Right. Is that the phone ringing? We might be talking to a special guest who was here in the building for games 3 and 4 of Mavs Timberwolves.
We will.
His name is Mark J. Spears. He covers the NBA. Senior NBA writer for ESPN and Anscape. Let's talk to him next on The Fan.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device. The Odyssey app is there for you, thanks to our friends at Comerica.
Tired of OTR regional freight? Not making enough money for your work? Sisu Energy has immediate openings for power-only freight drivers throughout West Texas servicing the oil and gas industry. And our drivers are grossing over $15,000 per week. Why Sisu Energy? Sisu provides the trailer. No down payment, no escrow, no experience in oil gas. No problem. Lowest insurance cost in the industry. Huge fuel discounts. Visit SISUenergyLLC.com to join now. Have your own bottom drop trailer? Sisu Energy is paying 90% of gross revenue for folks with their own trailer. Make your pay reflect your effort. Visit SISUenergyLLC.com.
Friends, you've been hearing me talk about My Computer Career for some time now. If you're working way too hard for too little money with no growth opportunities, it might be time to take the next step. In just a few short months, My Computer Career can help prepare you for a more recession-resistant career in the growing fields of IT, cybersecurity, or even AI. No prior experience is needed, but if you're already in IT, they can help you level up your skills as well. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take their free career evaluation today.
Believe it or not, most small businesses don't have a 401k. If you don't have a 401k, you are missing out on the greatest wealth creation tool ever created. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and many 401ks are overpriced for the employer, have expensive and underperforming investment options, and have tedious administrative provisions. Not at Trajan Wealth. We can set up a 401k for a company for only $8 per employee, a $65 per plan fee, plus a small advisory fee. That's right, not thousands or even the tens of thousands you've been quoted, and do it all in less time than it takes to sit in traffic. If you have 5 or more employees, these 401ks will help you attract and retain top talent. And if you're an employee and don't have a 401k, tell your boss, call Trajan Wealth today. Call 469-579-3500. 469-579-3500.
Services offered through a third-party partner. Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Lowe's knows every project starts with the right tools and equipment. And during Craftsman Days, you can save big on what you need from a brand you trust. Get a free Select V20 tool when you buy a Select Battery 2-pack. Plus, save $50 on a V20 string trimmer and leaf blower combo kit. Now only $99. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 5/29 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
It's Window Nation's semi-annual sale, and it's a big deal. Right now, get 50% off all windows, along with no interest for 5 years, plus bonus savings when you schedule a consult today at 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
Mike Bassick with 105.3 The Fan. You have heard about the TrustedLab.com before. It is a Texas company with the highest quality CBD products. Many people say it helps with muscle and joint pain, delivered right to your door. CBD is all natural, and many use it before going to sleep. CBD is non-addictive, and it is all natural. Go to the TrustedLab.com and see which CBD product is best for you. CBD you can trust. Use code FAN for an extra 20% off your first purchase. TheTrustedLab.com.
Upgrade the security of your home, business, or large commercial facility now with the latest technology from DFW Security. If your system is older than 5 years, it's time to upgrade. Get DFW Security, your local experts for over 30 years.
DFWsecurity.com. This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. It's time for The Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, indeed. It is the Get right here on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Reginald Datatula. That is the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Thanks for rolling with us on this Wednesday evening in the Metroplex. Your Stars currently still tied 2-2 with about 9 minutes to go in the second period there. We'll keep you up to date with what's happening. But right now, we turn our attention to the D&M Leasing Hotline to talk to the senior NBA writer for ESPN and their vertical Anscape. His name is Mark J. Spears, and he happens to be a very fun person to watch a game next to. Mark, how you doing tonight?
What's up, Mark?
Oh, man, I was supposed to go to Minneapolis, but my flight got canceled because of the weather there.
No.
I went home, man.
You back in
the
Oaktown?
Bay. Yeah. Came back home, got my hair cut, and handsome again. My own bed, and take a 6 a.m. flight to Minneapolis tomorrow.
I got you. I'm glad you stopped down for your boy for a minute. I'm serious about this because, man, you and I got a long history, but you've been on top of what the Mavericks have been doing with Nico and Jay Kidd from the get-go. And I know you're not surprised, but I guess you're impressed with what this team has done so far?
Man, let me tell you how far I go back with those cats, man. I mean, I saw Jason Kidd in high school.
Yep, up there in California.
I still remember just how big a deal he was out here in the Bay. And San Jose State was playing UNLV, and he came to the game because UNLV was recruiting him. And it was like, everybody's like, oh, my goodness, it's Jason Kidd, right? And this is when he was playing for the Alameda High Pilots. I mean, St. Joseph's of Alameda Pilots. So, me and Jay go way back, and it's always some Bay love when I see him. He was messing with me because I had my San Jose State stuff on yesterday at shoot-around. And then Nico, you know what? Nico and I, we go back probably like 20 years, and he was actually the guy that helped me build a relationship with Kobe Bryant.
Mm-hmm.
So, I know his whole family, his wife very well. He knows my wife, and that's my dude, man. We got to be unbiased, right, covering people, but he's like a brother to me, man. So I'm like super ecstatic for both of them. If they, I don't know how Nico's not GM of the year.
Yeah, really.
On the move
after those moves. Hey, Mark, in particular, a lot of people don't understand the relationship of Kyrie Irving with Jason Kidd and Nico Harrison, and you understand it better than most. And again, that deserves some talk too, because Kyrie has basically found peace here in Dallas.
Yeah, no, I wrote about it a month ago, and Kai goes back with Kidd. Kidd told me that the Nike people pretty much let him know who was coming up, who was good. So he heard about him a while ago, and when he was in between jobs, they had a conversation where they got to know each other a lot more. Kyrie, certainly grew up watching him and having fond memories of him, and he calls him Big Bro. So they have this like big brother, little brother relationship, even though it's coach player, where there have been times where, Luka's been out and Big Bro tells him, hey, man, I need more from you tonight. I'll tame you down the next game, but tonight I need more. And Kai will give it to him. And in terms of his relationship with Nico, when he worked with Nike, he every once in a while they say, hey, you got to watch this kid. It wasn't too often, but they say, hey, you got to go to this high school camp and watch this kid. Kyrie was one of those kids. So he's known him since he was like 15. Certainly, you got to remember, Kyrie's first, significant shoe deal, or the longest one, was with Nike. And certainly Nico had a hand in that. So I think they had a different kind of relationship with him. And to be completely honest, Kyrie's career was spiraling before that happened. And I know there are a lot of people who was like, oh, I should go to L.A. and reunite with LeBron. But I really think that Dallas was the perfect landing spot for him. And he also gave me an interesting quote where he said, hey, kind of I wish I knew then what I know now, more about the business of basketball. And I think he's kind of played his hand a lot better in Dallas. And now you see kind of the fruits of how we're just talking about him as a basketball player and not as much off the court.
We're talking to Mark J. Spears here on 105 through the Fan. Not that I need to further your bona fides as a Hall of Famer, but you did call that explosive.
I ain't 3 Hall of Fame.
But you did call that explosive Anthony Edwards dunk before it happened. I will say that. And with that happening, like he was even better in Game 4. What was the?
How did you know that?
I was sitting right behind you, Mark.
Hey, I'm gonna reintroduce you to Mark real quick. To Reggie. Reggie looks exactly like Jaylen Brown. That's the doppelganger who was sitting over there with you.
He's right. He was sitting behind me. Hey, you gotta explain that story first. Like tell the listeners what happened.
Well, I mean, we're sitting over in the media section, and as Anthony Edwards gets the ball on that left wing, he starts taking a step, and Mark pops up out of his seat. I'm talking about he's ready to see something happen, and he was right because the next step was an elevation, and right after that, Anthony Edwards is flushing the ball through the hoop. But that's in a Game 3 loss. In Game 4, you don't see that explosion necessarily, but you do see him attack the basket. You see Karl-Anthony Towns get going. Like, what was the shift for the Timberwolves here, and does that feel like a permanent one, or just did they find some shooting?
Man, I think this is a great fight, and if we're looking like this as a heavyweight fight, I think that Dallas has won the first 8 rounds, right? Mm-hmm. And in order for Minnesota to win this fight, it's a close scorecard. They got to knock them out, right? Mm-hmm. And I think Minnesota feels like we beat ourselves. It's interesting if you go look at some of the stats that ESPN Stats and Info has been giving us. This is like one of the closest margin series there's ever been. Every game has been close. Every game has come to the wire. There hasn't been any blowouts, right? Yeah. So Dallas could say the same thing about last night. Like, we could have won that game. Mm-hmm. Like, it's all been about execution. And the thing is, Karl-Anthony Towns finally woke up, had a big game despite his foul trouble, which was somewhat surprising to me. Lively not being there certainly probably had an impact as well. Wouldn't be surprised if he missed another game. So there's that part. But I think for Dallas, man, they got to dig deep and get it done. Boston's resting, man. Boston's chilling. They're watching y'all play, eating chowder and lobster rolls. Chilling the day out.
Exactly.
Like, y'all got to fly to them. Everyone's just got to fly to them. They're chilling. Mm-hmm. And to me, nobody needs time off more right now than Luka Doncic.
Yeah, and can you talk about
Luka
your
time off, man?
Yeah, exactly. Can you talk about the way you've seen Luka progress in his career, and also the way he's playing with Kyrie? It's like they seem to be as one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I kind of figured Luka was pretty good at Real Madrid. You remember your own Dallas native, Anthony Randolph, was a teammate. So he was playing with Luka for a couple of years at Real Madrid, and I called him. I'm like, Ant, what do you see? And he's like, oh, he's special. Mm-hmm. He's good. He's the real deal. Anthony played in the NBA, played for the Warriors, played for the Mavericks. So he knows, right? Mm-hmm. Also played with LSU, go Tigers. That's another story. But so I'm not surprised he's this great, that he's a future Hall of Famer, that he's this special. But, this is a 5-man game. It's not a one-man game. It's not a one-on-one competition, and he needs somebody to accentuate him. Some may wonder, could Jalen or Brunson have been that guy? Perhaps. But that's not going to happen anymore, right? He's gone. But Kyrie is elite. Yes. And I think what Nico saw was the same way that Kyrie shined with LeBron James. I think he envisioned that taking place with Dallas. And so, I love seeing their growing camaraderie. I'm sure there's some stories behind the scenes that we may or may never know about their friendship and their, respect for each other. But they're really, really good together. They're almost like, Superman and Batman. they're just like two superheroes you got to respect.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking to Mark J. Spears here. And Mark, I want to be respectful of your time. Do you have time for one more question?
Yeah. Let's do it.
Well, I wanted to get your
but yeah.
I wanted to get your impression of the Boston Celtics. They sweep.
Hey, I gotta go say hi to my wife at some point today, right?
Yeah. She know you done made it home.
I feel you. What was your impression of the Celtics as they sweep their way through the Eastern Conference Finals? I mean, those were also slugfests against the Pacers team that they were, viewed to be even better than.
Well, here's the thing. The Celtics' path to the finals is nothing like the Western Conference. The Western Conference was like watching, some 80s, bloodbath cage wrestling. Where remember those old ones where they had 20 dudes, Roddy Piper's in there, right? The Iron Sheiks in there, Kamala's in there, and they're all like beating each other up, right?
Yeah.
And Celtics are sitting outside just watching this. They're chilling. They're resting. They played 14 games and won 12 of them. In fact, I think they were bored. Right? They could have swept the whole thing, really, truly, especially with Halliburton out.
Mm-hmm.
And they're getting rest, and they're getting practice time with Porzingis if he's coming back. And that's the thing to me, like, with each passing day that neither one of these teams finished the series, and obviously Dallas has the upper hand, I think the advantage goes closer to the Boston Celtics.
I hear you.
They're getting more rest. They're getting more practice time. They're getting more time to heal injuries. And they're not going to go on a plane for another, 2 weeks.
That's true.
Right?
That's true.
Or a week and a half. They're going to be home a long time. That's advantageous. So that's why it's to me, Dallas got to get it done, man. You got to get it done tomorrow. And then now you see things like Lively get hurt. He's going to be okay. I assume he'll be okay. But he gets hurt. The key in the NBA Finals, the key to winning a championship to me is you got to be great, you got to be lucky, and you got to be healthy. And right now, your best player is playing on one leg. And if you want him to be great in the finals, I think he needs to rest.
These are words of wisdom.
It won't be great, but having a week off, if he wins tomorrow, he'll have the Mavs win tomorrow, he'll have 6 days off. That's a tremendous amount of time to get ready for the finals. And I think he and the Mavericks need that.
Mark, it's always a pleasure. You my guy, and there's a reason why you're an award-winning Hall of Famer, and always spitting the facts. Appreciate you, man, as usual. And I will see you.
Can I tell you my 2 Hall of Fames though?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's the one you know?
Okay, I'll remember all these awards.
Hall of Fame.
Go ahead and tell me. The Naismith. Yep.
Naismith Memorial.
That's right.
Hall of Fame.
That's the one I know.
Valley Award. And I'm in the San Jose Eastside Union High School.
Hey! And that's the one closest to your heart. I already know that.
No, it's not.
He's the great Mark J. Spears. He's my guy. We've been going back since your days in the morning news.
Well, hey, I'll see you during the finals. I'm going to see you Saturday.
You're going to see me, hopefully, you never know when you see me. You'll probably see me before you think, probably Saturday.
What's the prediction? Am I seeing you Saturday or am I seeing you game 3?
You might see me tomorrow night, surprisingly. You just never know.
Oh, you going? Okay.
You never know. I feel like the Mavericks going to win this thing tomorrow night.
I know the people you know.
All right.
With his family.
Yep.
All right.
All right, man.
There he is, Mark J. Spears, the Anscape and ESPN. We appreciate him giving us a little bit of his time on this.
Put me on the spot. I'm picking the Mavericks to win this thing tomorrow night.
Yeah, of course.
He's going to see me when he see me, though.
He wasn't letting you go.
He was talking about Saturday. I was like, I think we're going to wrap this thing up tomorrow night.
Yeah, but that's what he's trying to get you to.
Yeah, exactly.
You hit him with a little bit of a Uno reverse card on him, too. Yeah, and you don't know what I know.
Yeah.
Appreciation to Mark J. Spears joining us just now on the Get Right here on 105 through the Fan. The bad news, and I'm not sure if I even told you before that Edmonton had taken the lead, but their lead grows to 2 during the course of our talk with Mark J. Spears. So it's 4-2 in favor of the Edmonton Oilers. They were going to have strong hits. It was Leon Draisaitl that scored the fourth one not too long ago here shortly. Yeah, it's a couple in relatively quick succession. Matthias Janmark and Leon Draisaitl are the two goals for the Edmonton Oilers in the second period. 4-2 is the scoring favor of Edmonton. But look, man, again, this is a heavyweight bout, and the Stars have to respond here. It's going to be necessary for them to try and take a 3-1 lead. You don't want this evened up at 2 if you have the chance. There's still 1.5 minutes left in the second period, and then a whole nother period of regulation hockey to be played. So we'll keep you up to date with what's happened there, and as we continue here on the Get Right. Coming up next, however, let's go around the association. There's some news in the NBA, and so we'll talk about that, and of course, keep you up to date with what's happening in Edmonton with the Stars versus the Oilers. We'll do that next on The Fan.
More and more of you are turning us on and leaving us on. Hashtag Tolo, baby. Thank you for listening to 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app presented by Comerica.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Anyone in order to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly. Whew. 30 seconds. That's it. Done. Peace.
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is sponsored by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car or truck attorneys in Dallas.
So get right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Thanks for rolling with us here on this Wednesday evening in the Metroplex. We're keeping up with the Western Conference Final in the NHL, and unfortunately your Stars at the end of the second period down 4-2 against the Edmonton Oilers. It was a very beneficial Edmonton Oilers period. Not so much for your Dallas Stars. I mean, the Oilers almost doubling up the Stars on shots now. They've really tripling up the Stars on hits. They've played physically, and they've definitely gotten shots on goal, which your Stars started fast, but they need to pick it back up to get themselves an opportunity to get a win in Game 4 here, as they're up 2-1, and a 2-2 game or series sounds a lot different than a 3-1. So they've really got to saddle up, get to work, and hopefully get back into this one in the third period. But not coming up next. Right now, let's go around the association, talk a little hoops, and I do want to start because there's some things to talk about in hoops, but I do want to start talking a little bit about the Mavericks because there's a little bit of audio that I didn't get to, but I do want to talk about this. And it's cut 11, if you could, James. Kyrie Irving after the game, after games in general, one of the most thoughtful responder when it comes to answers.
He does not give you coach speak.
Like Luka Doncic, and this is no shade to Luka. We know him at this point. He's very short, especially after a loss.
And he doesn't want to give up too much information. Yeah, even when he was on JJ Redick's podcast, he ain't give up no information.
Yeah, he's I don't want to say he's not a talker, because if he's in confines and friendly confines, but especially in these media, he doesn't want to talk a lot.
Right.
Kyrie Irving, I don't know necessarily that he wants to talk a ton, but he's very thoughtful, and he gives good thought out answers, even if it's not necessarily where you want to go. And I found this to be interesting in him talking about this game. Game 4, where they lose to the Timberwolves 105-100. He was talking about the idea of kind of forcing tough shots between him and Luka Doncic.
I mean, we're in the NBA, man. I don't think, no team's going to lay down and just give me and Luka open shots. So, I think, when I look at just the quality of our shots, I think a few of them could be better. A few of them were rushed. A few of them were in and out, especially when the game is in the balance. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm thinking about all the plays where it could have gone either way. But yeah, it just takes a higher level of focus, and also just understanding that we have to run the plays that work, and we have to continue to pick on the other guys that we want to see guarding us, and just continue to feed each other confidence and continue to trust our teammates. Good things happen when you just consistently just turn to the next play. And that's what me and Luka have done, and I think he can speak for himself too, but we've seen it. We're just on to the next play, and down the stretch, we just got to stay together, and when the game is getting close, just go to our plays and make sure we're ready to knock down shots and be decisive. A few times I got in the lane, I was indecisive. I turned the ball over late. So a lot of this is on me, just being able to start the game well and then also finish the game well. We had spurts. I had spurts, but I got to put a full 48 minutes game together with my teammates and be better for them.
Very thoughtful answer.
And that's basically
that sums it up.
If I wanted at one point to do a segment discussing what needs to change for the Mavs in Game 5.
He summed it up.
That's Kyrie.
Be decisive.
One of the things that was really big that I was a little upset that I did not come to earlier on, like last night, I had to think about it this morning. In Game 3, the Mavericks did a great job of hunting the defenders that they wanted. Specifically, Mike Conley was in hell in Game 3 because they kept attacking him. They didn't attack defenders in that way in Game 4, so they've got to get back to getting those matchups, searching for the matchups that they want, and then utilizing the strength that they have to do that and attack them. But yeah, a great job by Kyrie Irving doing our jobs for us, letting you know this is what needs to shift for the Mavericks for them to get a win in Game 5. So there you go there. Anything you want to add there before we go elsewhere around the association?
Just a note, because Bobby Carella brought it up. These 7-game series are all about adjustments.
Yes.
Which team makes the better adjustments. And the T-Wolves made an adjustment by switching Jaden McDaniel from Luka Doncic to Kyrie Irving. Kyrie's been forced to use his left hand a lot more. He's giving Kyrie more problems. He was never really affecting Luka, but his length is giving Kyrie problems. Let's see how the Mavericks adjust to that in Minnesota.
There you go. Excited to see what that looks like tomorrow evening. A guy who is very good at adjustments in the National Basketball Association, Tyronn Lue.
Oh, yeah, Ty
the
Lue.
head coach of the Los Angeles Clippers. His name was bandied about as he was coming up on the end of his deal. And there's ideas of maybe the Lakers as they are looking in an active coaching search. I think the Suns might have come up before they agreed to Mike Budenholzer. But obviously the NBA will make clear to you who they believe to be good coaches in the league. And it's been abundantly clear that the NBA believes in Ty Lue.
Yep.
And so it makes sense that in a league where you are in a place where you do not have a salary cap on a coach, Steve Ballmer, one of the richest men in the league when it comes to ownership, and maybe one of the richest men in the world. I haven't checked those rankings recently.
He's up there. Him and Gates were partners.
Yeah, I haven't checked those rankings recently, but he, signs Ty Lue to a long-term extension, 5 years, reportedly near $70 million, something like that. $14 million a year is about where we're getting there, and I mean, it makes sense that that's a team that is trying to find some stability. And so I think that this gives them some stability in the coaching. They have Kawhi Leonard locked down, but the question is, do they bring back James Harden? Do they bring back Paul George?
Or do they bring back Paul Westbrook? And there's rumors that they might bring back Chris Paul. I kid you not. These are all out there on the table. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but that's the scuttlebutt. And one of the guys scuttling that butt is Mark Stein.
Scuttling that butt.
Yeah, and Steiny's got major contacts. And I was like, Chris Paul to the Clippers?
Well, the thing about Chris Paul recently, and I think once we get towards the back end of a player's career, or at least once you get to the back half of it off of the prime, I think we look at the guys because they're still making max money, and we're comparing them, we're framing them in that context. Chris Paul is coming up. This last year, he was an expiring contract, and he had $40 million in that year. If you're paying him $40 million, what Chris Paul gives you is not sufficient.
No.
Now, I think he's going to start getting the veteran deals. I don't think vet minimum necessarily, but he'll be getting a veteran deal where it's not $40 million. If you recontextualize his play, it's interesting. But for the Clippers, who dealt with age and injury this season, that felt like it was the demise for them this year. It kind of feels weird to then go, what might be a solution is Chris Paul.
I don't know if they're looking for him to start. And again, it's just like what he's doing at Golden State. And they're also saying that he'd have to work out a deal with Golden State. Golden State have to trade him or whatever. It's not impossible.
I don't think he has more years on his deal. I think
this is according to Stein. I'm just reading what he wrote. These are the different things that, the way it's not like it's automatic that he just walks over to the Clippers. There's going to have to be a couple of hoops he has to go through. With that being said, James Harden is basically the insurance policy for when Kawhi gets hurt. You're looking shocked. What's going on?
Oh, I didn't realize that Chris Paul had another year on his deal.
That's what I'm saying.
I raised my hand. Clearly, Mark Stein is smarter than me. I should have assumed that.
Don't doubt him.
Yeah, that was stupid. My bad.
Yeah. But anyway, Chris Paul would be going back to the Clippers where he started, where they had made Lob City, right?
Yeah.
I look at it like, okay, Bomber's trying to put butts in the seats as well as, the same town as the Lakers, got a new building. And he's also got a great relationship. Chris Paul's got a great relationship, not only with Kawhi and James Harden, but he and Russell Westbrook were playing together in Oklahoma City, and they get along great. With that being said, that's a lot of old heads, but at the same time, it's not like the Clippers suck, and Ty Lue is the one that can coach it all. In other words, he can handle all of that. I just don't know how far they could go with that old roster. It's like, these guys all in their late 30s, basically.
All right, let's finish out the LA portion of Around the Association as the Lakers.
Oh, one other note.
Yeah.
Because you mentioned the Lakers and Clippers. The Lakers had the first shot at Ty Lue. And the only reason he never went to the Lakers was because they would not give him one more year, an extra year on his contract. And he said, I can get that with the Clippers. And that's why he wound up with the Clippers instead of with LeBron.
And I bet they feel so stupid for not giving him that extra year.
and that's probably what drove up that price, knowing that the Lakers realized how stupid they were.
Yep. And so they are currently, the Lakers, I should mention, in a coaching search, and it seems like the only name that's tangibly come out of that is JJ Redick. So much so that it feels like he's very likely to be the head coach, because Chris Haynes of Bleacher Report has reported, and he was talking about this on Dan Patrick's show, that he'd be surprised if their next coach is anybody but JJ Redick. And we've gotten some reporting from Mark Stein, as you mentioned, that Redick is already seeking out possible assistants. Now, the reason I bring this up is not to talk about the Lakers, just to talk about them. However, he's named, Mark Stein, that is, named some assistants that it seems like Redick has reached out to. Celtics assistant Sam Cassell, who I'm surprised has not been able to get a head coaching job.
You
to
would
this
think
point.
he would be the head coach over there.
It would. I don't know why he hasn't gotten that shot, but that's neither here nor there. Pelicans assistant James Borrego, and this is where it gets interesting. Mavericks assistant Jared Dudley.
Yep, bring him back to the Lakers. He played for the Lakers and was on that team when they won the championship in the bubble.
So
that's where Jay Kidd said, "Let me bring you with me."
And Jared Dudley's one of the
Sharp.
high assistants on this. In fact, I found this to be interesting, and I don't know if I necessarily want to make a big deal of this, but I had a quick thought. Like, Jared Dudley was one of the guys that they handed the defense to this year. And I believe Sean Sweeney has taken back the reins as they got near the end of the season. But I do wonder, like, is this an opportunity for him to grow himself to a higher role in a way to go if JJ Redick gets the job and they do hire in this way? And would this just be a huge loss for the Mavericks because he's a fantastic coach on the front line or front of their bench?
He'd be a huge loss, but at the same time, they got some other guys they could talk to as well. And I'm not taking anything away from Duz. Duz is beloved, but Duz, of course, LeBron loves him too.
Yeah,
and it's just about the opportunity, the money. So I don't think that anything with the Dallas Mavericks staff would stop his growth. He loves it being here with Dallas, but I also think that Jay Kidd's got relationships with other assistant coaches, former players, and former head coaches. In fact, there was a rumor last year that if the Suns had not offered Frank Vogel the job as the head coach there, he might have been on the Mavericks staff because he and Jay Kidd got along so well when Jay Kidd was the defensive coordinator for the Lakers, when Vogel was the head coach and they won in the bubble. And then, of course, when Jay Kidd left, they fired Vogel. And LeBron loves Jason Kidd. Just know that.
Yes, he does.
I'm not saying that Vogel's coming back to the Mavericks. I'm just saying that, or coming to the Mavericks, but I just know that he and Jason Kidd got along great.
As we continue around,
and I'm not saying Jared Dudley's leaving either.
I don't want to say that either. Like, this is all speculation, reporting of a reporting of conversation. That's the report. The report from Mark Stein is that JJ Redick, in trying to put together a prospective staff, if he gets the job, those are some of the people that he's talked to. That's all that means, right? So we don't want to say that Jared Dudley, who is leaving the Mavericks by any stretch. The Mavericks hoping to leave Minnesota with a win tomorrow, put themselves in the NBA Finals. The Boston Celtics have already punched their ticket there. And I know that there's been some conversation about maybe they have been kind of bored in these playoffs. And one of the things that maybe has had the Celtics not playing at their tip top, they have not had their starting center, Kristaps Porzingis, a name that is familiar around these parts. But Kristaps says that he's making some progress and that he'll be ready to go once the finals comes along. He said that he feels good. And, that he basically is leaned towards, without saying explicitly, he'll play in the NBA Finals. Peyton Pritchard was saying similar things. They think he looks good. He says that he feels good. So it looks like they're going to have the full complement. The Boston Celtics will come. What is that? June 6th.
Yep, June 6th. Here's the deal. It's kind of like Maxi Kleber. He hadn't played since like the first week in May when he first got the calf strain. I'm not saying he's not going to be any good because I actually really like KP in his game. But I'm not sure if he's going to all of a sudden just get into the flow of things. Also, it's not like he's going to have a huge defensive presence for the Celtics in the post because he's not always in the post. He's also can block a lot of shots, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the Mavericks won't try to drive on him.
Sure. I mean, you have to make sure that you drive, but
offensively, he's going to be scary out there.
Yeah, that means
he's got range.
They can play 5 out, and I mean, with any of their personnel, they can play 5 out, which is, I think that if and when the Mavs make it to the NBA Finals, that's going to be something that they contend with. Is where do they stash their centers so that their centers can still be able to, defend the middle of the floor, even though Kristaps Porzingis, we already know he likes playing above the break. He likes to be able to play that pick and pop, and that should, in theory, draw out a center, and that'll leave lanes for the likes of Tatum and Brown to attack if the Mavericks don't have an answer, which I imagine they'll have some level of way to try.
Some of their answers were in the Oklahoma City Thunder series because Thunder were trying to pull the centers out.
Yeah.
And they had a little bit of success, but not really.
Because Chet Holmgren does not scare you nearly as much shooting the basketball.
Thank you. And at the same, as much as KP or even Al Horford, at the same time, the Thunder don't have the veteran leadership of your doppelganger, Jaylen Brown.
He's been hooping this playoffs.
He got the championship. He got the MVP of the Eastern Conference Championship. He was named the MVP last night or the night before last. And Jason Tatum, by the way. So you got those two guys who are, again, Oklahoma City is a good team. Talented, but they're too young.
Yeah.
They're not ready yet. Celtics are due, and that's the scary thing, although it comes with a lot of pressure on them because they haven't won a ring yet with that core. That ring has been, they've been like the 6 Eastern Conference Finals. They've been to the NBA Finals and hadn't won a ring. This team, by the way, this core group, they got 2 things that people in Boston are mad about.
What's that?
Up until the first time they went to the Eastern Conference Finals
with this core, which is what,
6 years ago.
Yeah.
Celtics in their history had never lost a Game 7 in their own building, and that core did. They lost to Cleveland with LeBron, and everybody was mad at them because they're jacking up threes. And then they lost last year to Miami in their own same building. Yeah, it's like Cowboy fans not believing in the Cowboys. It's like, you better win a title they can't do anything right. In other words, if people criticizing them, even though, as Mark Spears noted, they've won 14 out of 16 games in the playoffs. They've only lost twice. But people are like, this team, they're lucky. All these other stars were hurt. And that's the pressure because you've been there so many times, but you haven't delivered.
Yeah.
And that's where the Mavericks, if they make it out of the Minnesota round, they have they're playing free and easy, basically, because they're not even supposed to be here.
Yeah, but I mean, look, I hear you on that, and you're not wrong. The one thing that I always try and talk about in sports is you can't necessarily say, oh, well, we're early, we'll come back later, because
no, I'm not saying that at all.
No, I know that's not what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. That they have zero pressure compared to the Celtics pressure.
In comparisons.
That's what I'm talking about.
I think that
I'm not saying that the Mavericks better not win. They'll be back next year. No,
I hear you.
You take advantage of this now because tomorrow's not promised.
Exactly, and that's the point I was trying to make. Is just when you get to the finals, I think there's a level of pressure regardless, because you get there.
But there's more on a team that hadn't delivered.
Agreed.
In other words, if the Mavericks win and go to the next round, it's going to be a celebration.
Sure.
And then they focus again on business.
Sure.
With the Celtics, there was no damn celebration. They're like, thank you, and we've got to focus because everybody say we suck.
And I'm getting ahead of myself because, again, the Mavs got to take care of business at the very least, or I think a lot of people's feelings tomorrow evening in Minnesota at the Target Center. It's the Get Right here on 105 through the Fan. Edmonton still leads 4-2. They are in the third period there in Edmonton. Your Stars need to get this done. 19 minutes to get this done, get 2 or more goals, and give themselves opportunity to win this one. If not, the series will be tied at 2 games apiece. Coming up next, we'll do a little sharing time here on the Get Right.
Personal foul on the road? J. Alexander Law is your MVP in court. As the trusted law firm and proud sponsor of the Dallas Mavs, we are committed to fighting for your rights. Whether you're hurt by an 18-wheeler or hurt on the job, call J. Alexander Law and let us guide you towards the justice and compensation you deserve. 888-88-INJURED. 888-88-INJURED.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Left in the third period. I mean, look, I don't even know what else to say there, although it feels like Edmonton really doing a great job, and I imagine emboldened by their lead to play an aggressive defensive kind of press, not allowing the Stars to even really be comfortable in the neutral zone. Talk less of entering the offensive zone.
They're tackling like they're playing football out there.
Yeah, man, there's a physicality happening for sure. And you can see
they're very chippy. Look at this.
Man, they're fighting on the boards without, not even quite fighting, just kind of like
Rupe.
They're fighting like, you know how kids fight in the back seat during during a road trip? Like not an actual fight, but enough to annoy you in the front. That's what they're doing. Just to get under the Stars, get under their skin. And
Rope and Nurse got into it.
Yes, they did. But Stars got to keep their heads, got to be able to, first of all, get through the neutral zone, get into the attacking zone to get some looks, because they haven't done a lot of that here recently. 214 said, I blame myself. Let me know why as we enter sharing time here on the Get Right. And I got some stuff, but I want to cede, of course, as I always do, to the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. You got anything to share?
Yeah, a quick one. I got a question for James. And the Tolos.
Oh.
Franklin injury attorneys text lines 877-881-1053. And you, Reg.
Okay, cool. I thought I had a second off.
Oh, yeah. James, when was the last time you made your bed?
Last time I made my bed? He's
thinking.
Couple days. Because usually I'll wake up, kind of get going with the day and just forget about it. I've heard it's always that higher up mentality, a better mentality. When you get up, you make your bed as soon as you get out of it. It's the right way to start off the day.
Yeah, I think it's supposedly, and look, I am no psychologist or anything of the sort, so don't take my word for it. But I believe it's supposed to be like you check something off of a checklist, you accomplish something in the day, and that gives you that kind of like, I guess, release of dopamine or what have you, just let you know that you accomplished something. For me,
when's the last time
if
you
not
made your
today,
bed?
because I can't remember
you
if my
guys are
bed is
single.
together, but I believe yesterday. If not today, yesterday. And that's not like I do it every day, but I just happen to be in a place where I've been going through unintentional spring cleaning. Like I just started cleaning. I was like, I guess it is spring, so that is spring cleaning. And so trying to keep the apartment cleaner than I typically do. Not that I typically keep it filthy, but really trying to keep it up to tip-top shape. And it looks nice with the rest of the room to, go ahead and tidy that up and make sure that it's all spick and span. So that's just really recently, last couple of days.
Okay, so I bring this up because I have been making my bed up every day for years and years and years. And I'm not from a military family. Now, my dad was in the Air Force, and it's not like, okay, it's the military. I read this article years ago when I was in high school that said, it didn't say that people who make their beds up every day are better than anybody else. It was very simple. It just said, it turns out people who make up their beds every day have more interesting lives than people who don't. And it wasn't about they're better or they're more conscientious. It just said that they have a more interesting life. So I say, you know what? I would love to have an interesting life. I want to make sure I have an interesting life. And what I have found over the years is when I make up my bed, and by the way, my wife does not make up the bed every day by any means. She's sometimey. And I don't blame her. I don't blame anybody. I don't blame anybody for not making up their bed. But I have found that I am able to think things through while I'm making up the bed, or at least my side of the bed if my wife is still in the bed. I just able to think some things through, and then I get some things done, just like you were saying, James, about, you check things off. Reggie, you were saying check things off the list. But all that article was saying, it says they're not better. They just have a more interesting life. They've done the research, the studies and all that. And I'm like, I would like to have an interesting life. So you know what I told my kids? I said, I will give y'all $5 every time you make up your bed. Just $5.
That's a good way to make $5.
And I figured, okay, well, my daughters, they take after their mom. I have not paid
that
them
$5 did not do it for him, huh?
No.
That is
my son, though. He was religious about that for a minute. He was always getting, where's my $5? He would take a picture of his bed.
Oh, now
and
he don't
send
need
it
that
to
money,
me.
I guess.
No, he does. Well, he's in college. I'm just saying, but he would send pictures of his bed.
I'd still be sending you pictures like, hey, pops.
I only bring it up because
I need to hit the quad.
He's home for summertime right after school from TCU. He sent me a picture of his bed and goes, still going? I said, yeah, I guess it's
my boy. I like that, Alex.
Yeah.
I do. That's
I ain't
hilarious.
never got to worry about him and money.
That's good. Because I'll clean my bed. We'll get some
I know
money.
he's conscientious about money.
It's funny though, because you said that like you get a chance to think things through. I don't feel like, I was trying to think back. Like I don't feel like I've like actually had, I don't want to say coherent, but like
early in the morning, sometimes
valuable thoughts. Like I'm like, it happens so quick. I'm just like, all right, bed done. Let's keep it moving. And I think that's the thing is like, it's such, I don't want to say super small task because depending on what you're going through, making the bed can feel gargantuan. So I don't want to like lessen anybody's experience. But for me, it's just like, all right, real quick, boom, 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 and let's keep it moving. Like, so I don't even have time to have like deep thoughts or anything in my mind,
Reggie, talk about the coherence of waking up in the morning and trying to get things going, get the brain working.
Yeah.
How I end up doing it. All right, I've done this for probably the past year now. I'll wake up, I'll turn over on my phone. Usually a lot of people scroll through social media.
Oh, yeah.
I go straight to, I don't know if you guys have played this, the Immaculate Grid. You guys done that yet?
No.
Yes.
What's the Immaculate? I don't know what that is. What's the Immaculate Grid?
Immaculate Grid is fun. It obviously is a grid. It looks like tic-tac-toe. Usually
it an
3
app?
by 3.
No, you just go, it's a website.
There's some that are on apps,
Yeah.
but it really took over for a while there for various different sports, especially I remember. But
baseball, I think, was the start of it.
Yes, it was. And so it'll have various things, and oftentimes I think it started with just kind of players and teams.
Yep.
Right. So players on, like, let's say on the left you have your 3 players, and then you have your teams, and then you're trying to match across in those roles. So if you meet with the column and the row, You want a player that has played on that team.
Yeah, like give me a Ranger, someone who played for the Rangers and someone who played for the Oakland A's. And then what you're trying to do there is get the lowest rare, or the most rare, so the lowest rarity score.
The most rare answer, so I guess
correct.
The most obscure answer, the answer that people will not give.
So it does start up your brain.
Absolutely. Although those Immaculate Grid things really made me question if I was a fan of things, because you'd be like, yeah, a player who played for the Reds and the Rangers, and you're like, yeah, I know the Rangers pretty well, and you're like scratching your brain trying to find answers, and you're like, I thought I knew all these players. And for me, basketball is the place where I feel like, oh man, I know basketball back and forth like the backside of my hand. I just get to some of these places and I'm like, am I sure that I know somebody who's played for the Denver Nuggets? I don't know. Like who? And so
I'll have to check that out.
Baseball's my wheelhouse when it comes to that. I'm usually, whenever I get the 9 for 9, I'll make sure to post that, because I'm like, there's the proudness right there. I'm up at like 8 or 9 in the morning, and that's the first thing I'll do to get that
you
going.
Started.
Oh yeah.
Hey, whatever works. Oh, we got a Tolo from this is Blake's mom.
Shout out to Miss Kim.
Yes, Miss Kim, this fan phenom, Blake's mom, one of the young guns. She says, I make my bed every day, even when I'm on vacation, even in hotels, and even on trips. Good for you.
Miss Kim, do you have an interesting life? Please text in 877-881-1053. The 214 earlier said that they blamed themselves for the Stars. They said because they said it was going to be a blowout 3-0.
Oh, okay.
It started, but then it fell apart. No, it's not your fault.
Yeah,
it's not
they hadn't got to that 3 yet. 214 says, my dad used to say to me, how are you going to solve the complex societal problems of the world if you can't even keep your room straight? Now, I didn't say my room is straight. I did say I make my bed.
You're like, don't look over there on that chair in the corner, because that's where all my laundry stays.
This is so funny. I actually
Couldn't be more right there, Reg.
Look, I've actually put my clothes in a clothes basket, but my wife and kids, their clothes, everyone like, y'all need to donate to Goodwill.
Yeah, you got too much.
Y'all got too many clothes. It's just in a pile. Why don't y'all hang that stuff up?
Yeah, my mom always threatened, but didn't often pull the trigger on, if you got clothes on the floor, that means you got too many clothes. We're going to throw some of these away or donate them or what have you.
Yeah.
She didn't often pull the trigger on that, but, it was enough that it stuck with me.
The threat was there.
Yeah. It stuck with me.
My sister would say to me, your apartment is, wait, how did she put it? She said, your apartment is in order, but it's not clean.
Huh.
I said, I got to get a maid service or something, because
I think that's the lifestyle that I aspire to. Not exactly like in order, but yeah, like, I don't want it to be pristine, but I want it to look like there's an organization.
Yeah, it's
you know what I mean?
Stuff is in its place, but it
looks lived in.
It's dusty.
Like, it's definitely lived in.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Like, no, this is not no model home. Don't get me. But like, it's also not. It's
livable.
not. There wasn't a tornado flying around my room like Frank Ocean.
It's a happy medium.
Right, exactly.
I'm prepared in case somebody comes over. I'm not having to have a mass
or at the
scramble.
very least, prepared enough that if you give me 10 minutes, we could be all right, right?
Like, yeah, exactly.
Give me 10 minutes in my apartment before you come in, and we'll look like it's somebody that somewhere should be.
Right. It'll be presentable.
There you go.
Exactly. Your mama used to say.
I didn't anticipate making the bed, being all of that, but that's the beauty of sharing time, baby.
You never know.
That's what you love. It's the Get right here on 105 to the Fan. See, I always appreciate you and what goes through your head.
You too.
But yeah, we got to get you on the Immaculate Grid. I'll put you on the basketball one. In fact, I might completely take you out of headlines, which is coming up next, by showing you the Immaculate Grid. Right now, about 8 minutes ago in the third period, Stars trailed the Edmonton Oilers 4-2. Wyatt Johnston scores early in this. Essen Lindell scores early in this, and you have not seen a goal for, the better part of this game. The last goal was scored 5.5 minutes into it, so they really need to find a jump start, a catalyst, something to get themselves back on the scoreboard, or else this will go to a tied, even 2-2 series.
I hate to bring this back, but this actually explains the why people who make their beds have a more interesting life.
Yes, sir.
The 469 says the reason is because one has a more interesting life is because of this. Subconsciously, you're more open to people and the spontaneity of life. If vibes are good, there is a pride of knowing that your kingdom is intact and you can continue your adventures. And that's basically it. It sounds profound, but
I'm still
it
not
basically means you're straight. You feel like you're straight.
I hear what you're saying. I don't know what to do with all that, but you know what? I agree with you. You got it. Sure. I'm with it. Coming up next, let's get you your headlines on this evening. I will get Chris on the Immaculate Grid, and we'll reconvene here on the Get Right on 105 through the Fan.
You may not think what we say is smart, duh, but it's coming over a smart speaker, so that counts. Just tell that genius speaker, play 105.3 The Fan, presented by Comerica.
Sean Shreve here for Better Health.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's a big deal. Right now, get 50% off all windows along with no interest for 5 years, plus bonus savings when you schedule a consult today at 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
It's time for The Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, indeed. Final hour of the Get right here on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Reginald Atatula. That is the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Thanks for rolling with us. We got James Triley on the ones and twos. Thank you, sir, and thank you guys for hanging out with us on a Wednesday evening in the DFW. Your Dallas Stars still down 4-2. They are scraping the bottom of the barrel here. 4 minutes and 50 seconds left in the third period, and so I imagine the Stars really need to find one here now to even have a shot. and you might see the net empty here relatively shortly. So that's your first nugget as we get you your headlines on this evening.
Not the way we want to start the headlines.
No, not the way you want to start. I was really hoping that we would have some good news to talk about with this game, and I guess we still have the opportunity to, but unfortunately Edmonton still managed to have possession of the puck. They managed to get into the offensive zone fairly easily, it seems like, and the Stars are having a little trouble advancing the puck themselves, making passes and immediately having to deal with somebody in a blue sweater. And so Edmonton really showing you the capabilities that they have, and not really where you wanted to be, because this basically, if this result holds, you'll have a 3-game series to decide who goes to the Stanley Cup final.
Dun, dun, dun. And of course, the stress and the drama continues, because every night you either have Stars or you have Mavericks in the series for the Western Conference final in both sports. Just amazing. So put it like this. It's stressful, but guess what? These are the good old days. You enjoy this every step of the way, because imagine what cities don't have this. Imagine that you're in this situation where you didn't expect it like this, and it doesn't happen. In fact, the only time it ever happened where two teams in the same building were in their conference finals was in New Jersey back in 2003. The Devils and the
New Jersey Nets at that point.
Yep.
Yeah. From the 2-1-4, is Mike at the Stars game too? I doubt it. He made it to Edmonton, but I see what you're doing there. I appreciate the comedy of it. Let's get you your headlines. I actually scoured and got quite a few of them, so I'm going to try and run through these fairly quickly, letting you know that the charges were dropped that were raised against Scottie Scheffler when he was at the PGA Championship at Valhalla Golf Course in Louisville. The Louisville Metro Police Department officer that had stopped him. He
was not telling the truth.
No, he was not. We just continue to get more and more video that runs entirely counter to
because he didn't have his body cam on.
No, he did not.
Which allowed him to think he could just lie.
Which, look, I mean, there's a level of police overreach that we've seen a lot in the advent of more and more cameras showing up. And this was an interesting one because, again, it happens in a situation where I think you can maybe erroneously, have thoughts that, hey, with a certain, tax bracket or class of life or what have you, that these things don't happen.
He was entitled or something?
I don't know about that, but just like, I think for me, I'll speak for myself and not anyone else. Sometimes I go, oh, well, this is something that may not even happen in that place, but where there's interaction with police, that sometimes that these happen.
Well, Will Chambers, who, he grew up in Kentucky. He was on the air ranting about this when he came back Saturday, saying this is so typical. He claimed that a lot of police officers in Kentucky are boss hog from the TV show. They fit the stereotype. Not all of them, but quite a few. And he said he got friends in Kentucky and they were all saying the same thing, talking about what happened. And they feel embarrassed about it because he's like, come on now. And that's just him talking. He's like, I'm not from Kentucky. He's from Kentucky. He talks about Kentucky all the time. It's a shots game on this station.
Sure.
And so he was just saying it. He just said he knew because he's running these cops all the time in Kentucky.
I mean, it's a position of power being a police officer. And I mean,
Paul Blart, mall cop.
It leaves itself open for.
And again, not all of them are like that. Got a lot of friends that are first responders and law enforcement, and they're great. But I mean, it makes, when you have these situations, it just gives everybody a bad look.
Yeah, it does. It's a position that leaves itself open for power tripping, those types of things, and it seems like that was the instance. Luckily for Scottie Scheffler, a lot of pictures, a lot of videos around that could really exonerate him. This is when I knew that cop was
stretching the truth. He said something about Scottie drug him through a window. I'm like, Scottie Scheffler, anybody gonna drug nobody through a window? No. Even though you don't know everybody until you know more, but still, it's like, wait a minute. That sounds really far. Now, if he had said, another golfer who was like taking a lot of protein shakes and,
Wow, don't do that to that man.
I didn't say his name.
Okay. They know who you're
talking about. Your own position. You can say, well, it might be possible with him.
So
he look all muscled up now. He's lifting weights and
Scottie Scheffler, clean and clear. Those charges dropped as, again, LMPD made it abundantly clear that that Officer Gillis was, supposedly reprimanded in that situation, and
he's an embarrassment to the law enforcement officers over there.
There you go.
He's not a good look.
Definitely not a good look. Keep that same energy as we continue to move it along. Your Texas Rangers get a big win today against the visiting Arizona Diamondbacks. They win the 2-game series. They're on a 3-game winning streak. Corey Seager has all sorts of streaks himself. 8+ home runs in a span of 8 games, puts him in some elite company. 12-game on-base streak, and they get a 6-1 win. Dane Dunning goes 5 innings, 6 strikeouts, looks solid, continues to hit his spots. And your Rangers back with a positive run differential and 2 games below 500, really trying to get themselves back in a good place. And as you mentioned, the big thing about that, offense seems to be coming back.
Offense seems to be coming back. They scored 6 runs. They had been in this drought where they was losing all these games. They could only get about 4 runs or less every game. Rangers are now only 2 games below 500. They've won 3 straight games now. They've swept the team that they beat in the World Series. And, again, this is a better place for them to be mentally. The only quote-unquote down note of this thing, Marcus Semien is so banged up, especially after he crashed into Adolis Garcia a few games ago. He had to actually miss the game for the first time in 2 years.
Yep.
He had played in 349 consecutive games.
Correct. Yeah, he had had a collision in right field with Adolis Garcia May 18th.
Way back.
And, been sore. He went on a slide in his past 5 games, 1 for 20. So he needed that day off badly. However, as you mentioned, 349 consecutive games prior. That breaks for him. And you mentioned he's an Ironman. He doesn't even like taking half days. He doesn't like taking a day off in the field and just, hitting. So
he give you his all.
I imagine Bochy had to restrain him, sit him down somewhere and put, tie him down or something, lock him in the clubhouse in order for him to not play.
You know what he probably told him? Because Semien is such a team guy. Marcus, you're hurting the team. You're out there, but your bat's got no pop.
That probably hit him in the chest, like when your dad tells you he's disappointed in you.
Yeah.
He's not mad, he's disappointed.
Yeah. No, exactly. It's like, Marcus, you're hurting the team. I know you're trying, but you're hurting. Yeah, well, Boch going Boch.
I like it.
So there you go. Rangers they're off to Miami this weekend, not just for a vacation. They're taking on the Miami Marlins, not very good baseball team. So you hope that will give some leeway, some runway for your Texas Rangers to build up more of a win streak and really build up more offense as they continue going. As we continue to get to your headlines on this evening, a big celebratory day when it comes to baseball, as the Major League Baseball incorporates Negro League statistics into their record books, which
they said they were going to do it.
They sure did. And I mean, this was the long, loving, labored work of, some very fine folks. And I got to find some names because I
give them their props.
I do want to give them their props, but during the course of this, I will do that. It does, shift up some of the previously held as all-time leaders in various statistics. Because
are you familiar with the name Josh Gibson? If you aren't, you're going to find out.
Yeah, if you aren't, you should be. Josh Gibson is now officially the Major League Baseball's career leader of batting average. 372 was his mark, surpassing Ty Cobb's 367. Gibson had a 466 average in 1943 with the Homestead Grays, which is just insane for a single season. That also
Can I say something?
And real quick, I do want to highlight this when it comes to Josh Gibson, telling you just how bad of a dude he is, and I mean bad in a good way. He also became the career leader in slugging percentage, .718, and OPS with a 1.177, which moved ahead of Babe Ruth in both of those categories. So I'm talking about knocking down Ty Cobb, knocking down Babe Ruth. Like, that's how bad of a man he was. And also, it goes to show you, and I mean, this is something that the folks working on it have tried to say a long time, there were legitimate, incredible players. It was not just Jackie Robinson. It wasn't just Satchel Paige, although Satchel Paige, he adds more statistics. Jackie Robinson adds more statistics because they played in the Negro Leagues before they played in Major League Baseball. There were some bad boys in the Negro Leagues, and it's wonderful for them to get their credit as professional Major League players.
Josh Gibson, you mentioned his batting average is now surpassing Ty Cobb. Yeah. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this with my chest out. Ty Cobb is rolling in his grave right now. If you know the history of Ty Cobb, you know why. And if you don't know why, Google it up. He is rolling in his grave.
I did want to give a big shout out to Larry Lester, who is a gentleman in Kansas City who has been doing a lot of the work compiling these statistics.
That's where the museum is.
And yes, it is. The Negro Leagues Museum doing a lot of work compiling these statistics, making sure that it's full. It's not partial, that you have full record of these things. And this is the work that they've been doing for years upon years upon years to get this together. And from the 817, they said they're torn on this because love guys getting their credit where it's due, but it also feels like you're erasing the fact that they didn't get to play in the MLB. No, No, that's
We're showing why, in a way, it didn't make any sense that they didn't play in Major League Baseball back then, other than the color of their skin.
100%. I mean, like
It's just that simple.
they had the quality.
They had they were so good.
There was plenty of Negro League teams that were kind of barnstormers that played in all-star games and those types of things against Major League players. And they held their own and honestly won more than they lost in those games. It was simply and purely racism that kept these great ball players from playing in the majors, and they played at a level that was quality enough that absolutely MLB should recognize these statistics, because they recognize other leagues that were not officially MLB in their Major League record books. Rather, it makes absolutely all the sense in the world that you also see these guys acknowledged in the MLB record books.
And the other note about that, because a lot of people are familiar with Jackie Robinson and his story, but note this fact about Jackie Robinson: when they brought him to the Dodgers, they brought him up and said, we picked you because you can handle the pressure. We know that you can handle the pressure. We know for a fact that you can handle the pressure better. And the pressure was the racism, okay? There were players more talented than Jackie Robinson.
100%.
And this is what
that would have fought somebody. That would have fought somebody at the first sign of them hurling that scissors at him.
Again, if you see the movie, because a lot of people don't read books.
What, 42?
Yeah, 42.
Solid book, or solid movie rather.
Right.
And of course, can rest in peace to our guy Chadwick Boseman who played Jackie in there.
Yeah. All I got to say, Black Panther. Well, all I got to say is Jackie Robinson wasn't even the best player in the Negroes League. It wasn't like, oh, you know what? We're going to get Giannis because he's the best player out of Greece. No. They got Jackie Robinson, who was extremely good, but he wasn't even the best.
Yeah.
And they're including the records of the best.
And that's one of the reasons why it's always been a little fraught for me personally, and I'm not trying to put this on other folks, but it's always been a little fraught, the ways that sometimes we celebrate Jackie Robinson Day, because he deserves to be celebrated. Don't get me wrong. Absolutely, I want to make sure that point is clear. But we pretend like it's like, oh, look at this dude who was finally good enough to be accepted into the majors. And that's absolutely not the story there.
Correct.
The story is, hey, look at this dude and his resilience. However, the resilience that he had to encounter was not some outside force. It was the predominant force of the day, particularly in Major League Baseball, that he had to show them against their own best, or worst judgment in this case, that he, along with all of his people, were more than capable of handling the situation. And so, again, shout out to Major League Baseball for doing this. Of course, long overdue. The best time to do it was hundreds and hundreds of years ago. I guess that's a little bit much, but the best time to do it was a long time ago.
Last century.
The second best time to do it right now.
It's never too late to do the right thing.
There you go. As we continue to get you some headlines, 817, I'll answer your question in just a moment. I'll have to get that in front of me, because right now I do want to salute Caitlin Clark, who making some history as a rookie. First 30-point game for her, and she's the first first rookie player in the WNBA to record a 35-5 outing.
Slowly but surely.
Unfortunately, that's in a loss. Again, the Fever just not going to be up to snuff necessarily, but she's showing she has the capability of playing at a high level. It's going to take a little time for her to figure, and then even more time for the team to be built around her. But the idea that she was going to get to the league and just fall apart was made too much of a deal of, and the idea that she was going to go to the league and completely take it over was too much of.
Exactly. Even Michael Jordan. I'm not compared to Michael Jordan.
Oh boy, Mike. They talked bad about Mike, that he couldn't be a winner for a long time.
That's why he was crying the first time he won the championship, because he said that they told him he couldn't do it. They told him he couldn't. I guess that's where the first crying Jordan meme should have started. If you think the only time he started crying was at the Hall of Fame. Here, when he first won the championship, he was crying because they told him you cannot lead the league in scoring. You're too selfish. You're too dominant. Too ball dominant to ever win a championship. It took him 8 years. 8 years. And those Chicago Bulls teams, when he first got there, they were not winning. So I'm not saying that Caitlin Clark is Michael Jordan. I'm just saying that her start to her career is similar to Michael Jordan's start to his career. Will she persevere like him and win it all? Who knows? But I do say this. She is opening a lot of doors for financial opportunities for the WNBA players, because it's kind of like I compare her to Tiger Woods. All the golfers loved Tiger Woods when he became a pro, because guess what? All of the money, the purses started rising. All the endorsements started happening as those who were competing with him started getting the shine as well.
Yeah.
Because more eyeballs were watching.
Yeah.
And that's the bottom line. You don't get these TV eyeballs if it weren't for Caitlin Clark and some of the other college basketball,
Angel Reese and, Camila Cardoso
exactly.
and Cameron Brink.
But because she was who she was, shooting like Steph Curry, all eyes started saying, let's see if this girl is for real.
Yeah, and it's tough because it's clearly not a one-to-one comparison with Tiger Woods. I think Tiger Woods was just out and out so much better than everybody else. But still, I think that she deserves some credit. I know that there's like a little bit of, I think people get a little bit in their feelings because the league has been growing, but you can't deny that there's an added benefit.
The TV
from
eyeballs,
Clark,
it just is what it is.
Some other news headlines on the day. I was watching this earlier. I don't know if you're familiar, French Open actually going right now. There's so many sports happening, especially if you like all the sports. If you're a sports sicko like your boy, I was watching a little French Open earlier today. Iga Swiatek. Yes, absolutely. Roland Garros. But Iga Swiatek, the world number one for women's, she defeated the former world number one Naomi Osaka in the second round today. And why this is notable is she actually, in her interview, how they interview them in the arena or on the court or what have you, she appealed for respect from the crowd, asking them to maybe be quiet, be silent during points. She lost a few points during the game because people were making noise.
Who
in
was
the
asking
middle
for
of the
this?
point.
Which one?
Iga, the world number one right now.
Because Osaka, she has some mental problems.
Yeah,
she's stressed. She has some stress issues.
She took some time
So
off.
I was wondering. I want to make sure who I was thinking about. Yeah.
No, Naomi in fact, she had a match point at one point. She played a really good match. Iga was able to battle and show why she is currently the world number one. She's doing a great job, but she definitely lost a couple of points where in the middle of where she's going to swing and people are like making loud noise, almost trying to psych her out. And I always found that interesting because people have talked about the idea of some of these sports where they require you to be quiet at certain points and like how that's just so different than a lot of other sports where it's part of the environment to make noise and those types of things. So I don't know. It's something that brought to mind those conversations. But if that's the established way that this thing goes, and it's always weird for individual bad actors, or maybe not even individual, but like crowds that sometimes trying to actively harm one of the opponents over the other when this isn't supposed to be like a home court thing necessarily.
Right. I totally agree.
I do want to circle around and update. Your Stars officially go down and lose to the Edmonton Oilers 5-2 in Game 4 of the Western Conference Final. And that means it is a tie series, 2 games apiece, which means it's kind of a new series. Best to 2 wins. It's a 3-game series from here on out.
But the Stars have home ice advantage.
They do have home ice, which I think for some people is a little bit scary because the Stars have played a little bit worse at the AAC compared to be on the road.
But let me say this. For those who have a fear, your head coach is undefeated in Game 7, and Game 7 would be played at the AAC.
That is true.
Just keep that in mind.
That is true. But Stars unfortunately fall tonight, have an opportunity to go again on Friday back at the AAC, back in the friendly confines. And so hopefully your Stars can go back up once again because you definitely don't want to allow this series to swing all the way in Edmonton's direction. So there you go. Those are your headlines. There's more things that we could get to, but we just try and fill it up as best we can, get you. And I'll circle around with some more things if possible, but I don't want to wait any more time because coming up next, I got the 3-time Hall of Famer in with me, which means we got to get you some CA Stories Confidential.
We lost the basketball legend, and yes, I've got some Bill Walton stories next on 105.3 The Fan.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device. The Odyssey app is there for you, thanks to our friends at Comerica.
Congratulations to the humble paper coaster holding that cold, crisp.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On the market with your questions to help your decision on the Texas Lending Mortgage Show. Saturday morning at 8 on 105.3 The Fan. The Texas Lending Mortgage Show is paid for by Texas Lending.
Get right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatuli here with you alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Thanks for rolling with us on this Wednesday evening in the Metroplex. Your Stars fall 5-2 in Edmonton against the Edmonton Oilers. This levels up the series 2 games apiece and sends it back to the American Airlines Center. So Dallas will host Game 5 on Friday, really hoping to, establish or retake the lead in this series, because it'll be a pivotal Game 5. It'll make a big difference in who has the advantage in this series. Wyatt Johnson, Essen Lindell were your 2 goal scorers for the Stars, and both of them scored their goals within 6 minutes of this game starting. After that, no more goals for your Dallas Stars. So that's tough. They started out well, but you got to see them be more solid all the way through. Also, going back to the last segment, during our headlines, I mentioned the MLB acknowledging the Negro Leagues in their official record book. So we have new record holders when we talk about various things, and it's worth, digging into because that's very fun. But I was asked by the 817 on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line, what are some of the other leagues that MLB recognizes? And if you go back in history, there's leagues like the American Association, the Union Association, the Players League, the Federal League, and some others. So
I'm glad you brought that up, because some people are like, well, they're just making this one exception.
No, this is a standard that Major League Baseball has to appreciate some of the other leagues, and some of those were just direct rival leagues of Major League Baseball, but they're major leagues that MLB likes. I mean, we call MLB baseball. We refer to it as baseball as if it's the governing body of the sport itself, not just a league. And if you're going to take that role, you have to take it seriously. And it seems like MLB is attempting to do that by accepting in the full records of the Negro Leagues. So shout out to them. Shout out to you guys hanging out with us. And shout out to all of us who now get CA Stories Confidential.
All right. Appreciate you, Reg. Appreciate you, James. And more importantly, I always say I appreciate the Tolos for allowing me to share some of these stories from all these years covering sports. And there's no me without you. I say that all the time. I appreciate it very, very much. A couple of days ago on Monday, we lost one of the greatest basketball ambassadors ever. We're talking about the late, great Bill Walton. He had cancer. Nobody knew what kind of cancer it was, how bad it was. And he lost his life, and it's like, oh, man, he was so great, and he was so cool. And he was. And I've got stories because I've been covering sports and being on the radio since I was 14 years old in Memphis, Tennessee. And that's when I first hated Bill Walton.
Oh.
Yes. Oh, my first relationship with Bill Walton. I hadn't even met the man. I was mad at him because I grew up in Memphis. For those who don't know, when I was a little kid, University of Memphis, Penny Hardaway is now the head coach. And before Penny Hardaway was playing for Memphis, before Derrick Rose was playing for Memphis, John Calipari, Coach Cal was coaching Memphis.
Yeah.
Memphis went to the Final Four in the national championship game with a guy named Larry Finch and a guy named Larry Keenan. And they were going to take on UCLA, who had been dominating college basketball for a decade.
Yes, they had. John Wooden them.
Yep. And we were ready for them. And they had this big red-headed kid named Bill Walton. And Bill Walton scored 42 points, making 21 out of 22 shots, and they didn't allow the dunk back
Wait, hold
then.
on. You're not going to you just go right past that like you said how many out of how many shots?
21 out of 22. And he could not, they won't let you dunk. He could dunk. He's 7 foot tall. They wouldn't let you dunk back then. And I was like, that damn Bill Walton cost our city a championship. We didn't have no pro teams.
Yeah.
It was like, you got to be kidding. So I was mad at him.
Yeah.
You know, this is sports mad.
Should be.
And then he got drafted by the Portland Trail Blazers. Of course, I'm still, I wasn't covering sports in the NBA or stuff. I was just watching him.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, this guy is really, really good. But he was good in college, and I just really didn't care for Bill Walton. Until I covered the NBA Finals in 1986. It was the Celtics versus the Houston Rockets. I'm in Boston. I covered all of the games. And they won the championship. And by the way, Boston Garden back then was old and raggedy. They don't play in that garden anymore. They play in the TDK Garden now. But back then, it was a legendary facility, but it was old and raggedy. It didn't even have air conditioning. And we're talking about summertime NBA Finals, no air conditioning.
Warped floor.
In
dead spots.
You could put quarters down. The dead spots on the floor, they would say they're leprechauns.
Yeah.
And by the way, they had a real organist. She played the organ during the games. The ushers were all 90 years old. It was legendary. And I'm covering the NBA Finals, and I'll never forget Larry Bird was he was the star of the team. All the greats, McHale, all of them. And Bill Walton had already won a championship with Portland, and his knees were bothering him all the time. His ankles and his knees were always bothering him.
In fact, he had gone away from basketball before he went back, right?
Well, I can't remember that part. All I can tell you is that he was now with the Boston Celtics coming off the bench and loved his role. And, I'm covering him in between the games and stuff, and he was just the nicest, most fun guy. And I thought he was that way because he was unique. He was a deadhead.
Yes.
He loves the Grateful Dead.
Big time Grateful Dead. Followed them on tour.
And he was completely different. Again, he was his own guy. They used to call him when he was at Portland the Mountain Man because he had this scruffy beard.
And he enjoyed the outdoors like crazy.
Yes, he's a California guy, and he liked to be in the mountains. He liked to do outdoorsy things, like to surf, like to do all those things. And I got to know him initially, covering those finals, because back then, like I told you, K104 would not let me cover stuff unless I got one-on-one interviews. It wasn't, we don't need press conference. We can get that off of a feed. We can get that off the HBP. You have to give us one-on-one stuff. So I'm getting one-on-one stuff with Larry Bird, Magic Johnson. Back then, Houston Rockets, so Ralph Sampson, Elijah. What was Elijah? I don't think Olajuwon was there yet. But
what year?
86. So this is the first time the Rockets went to the NBA Finals.
I felt like he was there.
And so he might have been, but I just remember Ralph Sampson. At the time, though,
because it was the 84 draft where Mike came in, right?
Where Jordan came in? Yeah, so maybe he was there.
He was. That's the same draft.
Yeah, but they hated Ralph Sampson. I'm talking about Celtics fans.
Yeah.
They were burning him in effigies. They weren't doing that to Olajuwon. They were doing that to Sampson. So, again, I got this old memory. So I'm just telling you off the top of my head.
I hear you.
I'm just saying.
I'm just trying to help out as much as I can.
Okay. Yeah, we want to get the accuracy. With that being said, the Celtics won the championship, and I'm interviewing all these players in their really small locker room. And it's hot in there. It's like a steam room. And I'm sitting on Larry Bird's chair, his stool, waiting to interview while the mob surround, and he finally makes his way over, and he's standing over me, sweating all over me. I'm like, he's gonna make the batteries in my recorder, fry or whatever. Yeah. They're gonna be ruined. They're gonna rust. And then after I got through interviewing him, I go over to Bill Walton, and Larry Bird's, he's like the dozens with Bill Walton. They're just boys. And Walton is just so happy, and back then I found out he used to stutter.
Yeah.
I had no idea the man used to stutter. He wasn't stuttering no more, but he was like talking about how this is it. This is the epiphany. And he started using all these big words and stuff. And then he retires. Not that same year, but he's retired at that point. We retires with the Celtics. The next time I come across Bill Walton, Chicago Bulls versus Utah, Michael Jordan's last game. You saw The Last Dance, and I've got stories about getting Leonardo DiCaprio and Tobey Maguire in the locker room, and it's even in the documentary.
Yeah.
Well, I've mentioned this on the air here, but my relationship with Walton is he's covering these games as a broadcaster now. But he wasn't a part of the broadcast for that game. He just happened to be covering it.
Sure.
He and I were standing in the tunnel because we knew we wanted to go to the locker room. And everybody knew this was the last year for the Jordan Bulls because they had been talking about all year long. They don't bring back Phil Jackson. Michael Jordan said he's going to quit. And the management is like, no, he'll stick around. And Jordan's like, no, I'm not.
All right.
And Jerry Krause was the GM, and he's the one that said he'll be back. And he's the one that was tired of Phil Jackson getting all the credit. So Bill Walton and I were standing there in the tunnel when Michael Jordan hit that shot. And it was like we just looked at each other, and he goes, "You'll always remember where you were when this shot happened. That's Michael Jordan's last shot." He's saying it in the hall. It's just me and him standing in the tunnel.
You got a private broadcast.
Yes.
That's incredible.
He said, "You'll always remember where you were when Michael Jordan hit this shot." And I'm like, yeah, I'm standing next to you.
Right.
I'm standing next to Bill Walton. And then after a few years, like that was, I want to say it was 98, 99, whenever it was his last year, the last Chicago Bulls. I'm riffing off the top of my head, last year. A couple of years later, Bill Walton, doing his TV broadcast work, they decided to have him show up at different arenas all through the playoffs. And it was this campaign called Where's Walton? Like right now, the NBA's got this campaign where you see D-Wade doing a toast for the finals.
Yeah.
They've got all these champions going to win. And you see Queen Latifah, and you see all these different celebrities. And by the way, Queen Latifah was at the Mavericks game.
She was.
And that's part of that campaign.
Got you.
So they're like, why would she just show up in Dallas? Why is Michael Strahan just showing up in Dallas? Part of that promotional campaign about the finals. So Bill Walton is showing up all through the playoffs. And he comes to Dallas because I think the Mavericks is in 2002. And I want to say the Mavericks are playing the Sacramento Kings. So I see him, and he sees me, he goes, "Hey!" And I'm like, he doesn't know who I am, but he recognized my face, whatever.
Sure.
And guess what? You know his history. He's a deadhead.
Yes, he is.
He said, "I want you to have one of these shirts." And he has this backpack, and he's got these shirts.
Oh, my goodness.
This is the 22-year-old shirt that I still have.
Yo!
I was going to wear this. Read this shirt. What does the shirt say?
The shirt says, NBA playoffs, Where's Walton?
Like
Love It Live.
Like, Where's Waldo?
Yes.
And Love It Live was like peace and hippies and
it's got the
it's a tie-dye shirt.
It's got a throwback picture of Bill Walton on it from when he was
with the Portland Trail Blazers.
In Portland.
Headband on,
big hair.
Yeah, the big hair, big red hair. Okay, so I'm gonna show you the back of this t-shirt. The back of the t-shirt is, and like I said, I was gonna wear this up here today, and I left it on my desk. The back of the t-shirt, you can read what it says right here.
All right. It has the NBA playoffs 2002, Love It Live, and then it has a multitude of cities, including
all the teams that made the playoffs.
Boston, Charlotte, Dallas, Detroit, Indiana, Los Angeles, Minnesota, New Jersey, Orlando, Philadelphia, Portland, Sacramento, San Antonio, Seattle, Toronto, and Utah.
The crazy thing about that t-shirt, you know, sometimes you kind of save stuff and you say, "Oh, I'm gonna save this stuff and keep it." I wear that shirt all the time. That thing has lasted 22 years. And of course, it's Bill Walton. And again, another time that I met him, and I forgot to mention this. The time I met him, it was after the NBA Finals in '86. So maybe it was in '88. The Cowboys were in training camp in Thousand Oaks, California, Cal Lutheran College. And they used to share their training camp with John Wooden, who had a summer basketball camp.
Oh, okay.
And he would have different former UCLA Bruins come by and speak to the kids at the basketball camp.
Sure.
And this was in maybe Landry's last year or two, because he comes up there to speak to the kids, and I didn't know he was going to be there. Shoot, they just would have different various former Bruins show up. He shows up, and I was, because they got a gym over there, and you know, Cowboys, they say, hey, Bill Walton's over there. Man, went in there, and he was talking to the kids stuff, and I shook his hand and reintroduced myself to him. Again, I didn't know the guy other than interviewing him during the NBA Finals a couple years early, so it wasn't like he was supposed to know me or nothing. But it was like, he was just as nice. Hey, how's it going? You know, hey, what brings you up here? You here for the camp or you? No, Cowboys. Oh, yeah, Dallas. It makes sense. Blah, 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 blah. And then back then at Cowboys training camp, everybody had lunch together in the Cal Lutheran cafeteria. It wasn't like media can't sit with the players.
Right.
Everybody said, Bill's like, can we have lunch over there? Yeah. He had lunch with everybody. He was that kind of guy.
Yeah.
So again, all these years, and you know, I'm trying to remember the last time I saw him. I'm sure I saw him at one of these playoff games where, you know, just like the playoffs right now.
Yeah.
You know, Chuck and Ernie and Shaq and everybody, and talked to all of them earlier. You see him and you just kind of take for granted you're going to see him all the time. And unfortunately, we lost him. And one other kind of note, he and Rick Carlisle were really good friends. Mavericks coach Rick Carlisle and he played for the Celtics together.
Makes sense.
And Rick Carlisle is also a deadhead.
Didn't know that.
Yes.
Wouldn't have guessed, not gonna lie.
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you something about Rick. Rick is not only a deadhead, and he's gone to some of the concerts and stuff before. Rick can play the piano very, very well.
Huh.
He is an excellent pianist.
Okay.
And I'm trying to remember the name of the rock star that plays the piano, and that's just the way it is. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh goodness.
That's just the way it is. Dun, 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 dun,
Now I feel
look
terrible.
it up. Just look it up.
I legitimately was just talking
My
about
mind
this
is
yesterday.
just tired this time of night, and I've had a long day.
I will also blame it.
But let me say this. This guy, he plays piano. Rick, like whenever there was a concert where that guy was coming into town or whatever, and
Bruce Hornsby.
Bruce Hornsby.
Gosh.
Rick Carlisle and Bruce Hornsby are real tight friends.
Wow.
And Rick would go to the concerts when they're at American Airlines Center. Bruce Hornsby would be back in his coach's office. Rick would have all kinds of people that are like rock stars in his office, coach's office all the time.
That's incredible.
Yep. So there you go. A little Bill Walton, CA Stories Confidential. And again, at first I couldn't stand him because he beat my team, but I learned to love him live because he is that kind of a guy. He really is one of the greatest ambassadors of basketball. Of course, he's in the College Basketball Hall of Fame and the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame.
Rest in peace to one of the great ones and one of the ones who definitely showed us how to live out loud.
Yes, and he's beloved. I mean, literally
100%.
everybody absolutely loves him. I mean, he overcame his stuttering too.
Yeah, Bill Walton, a fantastic 30 for 30 done about him.
Yes, I'm glad you brought that up.
Last year,
Just
the
YouTube
luckiest man in the world. So if you have like ESPN, if ESPN Plus or what have you, you can check it there. But yeah, I quite enjoyed it when it came out. But there you go.
Yeah, and you know, people used to just I think Lucius probably had a number of his G-Bag of the Day stuff.
Oh, man.
Because he would say the funniest, crazy thing.
I know that he drove Dave Pash crazy on those Pac-12
He's on acid.
Yeah.
And that's a compliment for him.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's the Get Right here on 105 through the Fan after another fantastic edition of CA Stories Confidential.
Wait. We got to total this text. I got to mention this.
Yes.
It says 469. Wasn't he a part of the Mavericks broadcasting? Yes, he was.
Really?
He spent either a season or a part of the season rotating as a basketball analyst for the Mavericks back in the either late 80s or early 90s.
Well, okay.
I swear to God. Thanks for that because I completely forgot. Yep,
there you go.
Sure did.
There you go. Appreciate you guys rolling with us. One more segment on the evening. It's called The Final Call. We'll do it next on The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, do the Stars have a 3-1 lead? We'll get you ready for Game 5 in Minnesota and another Dave Matthews ticket giveaway during the 7 o'clock Expressway. It's a Thursday morning on The Fan.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Not with Orchard. Orchard helps you get top dollar for your home. And Orchard gives you an impressive, guaranteed cash offer. With a solid cash offer in your back pocket, you can hold out for the price.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Schedule a consult today at 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
If Heineken Silver was a 60-second radio ad, it'd tell you all the stuff you need to know in only 30 seconds to keep things light and refreshing. Seriously, time me. Heineken Silver, a world-class light beer that's surprisingly crisp and refreshing, made with only premium quality ingredients and just 2.9 grams of carbs and 95 calories, all without compromising on taste. Heineken Silver, all the taste, no bitter endings. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly. Whew, 30 seconds, that's it. Done. Peace.
Hall of Famer Eric Nadel hangs with the Jeep Bag Nation every Friday at 5:20, presented by the Texas Lottery on your home of the world champion Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
To get right here on 105.3 The Fan, Reginald Atatula here with you alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
We got thanks to James Triley for hanging out with us all evening, making us sound good. And thanks to you for listening to us 7 to 11 here on 105.3 The Fan. One more segment. It's the final call here right now on 105.3 The Fan, taking you up to 11 as we'll turn things over to the KNC Masterpiece Snacks. Get a little feel for what happened earlier today. Want to take a quick moment to appreciate Bobby Carella, DallasMavs.com. You check him out at Studio 41 for joining us at 7:20. Yes, and much appreciation to Mark J. Spears of the ESPN Vertical Anscape, giving us a little bit of time at 9.
Two-time Hall of Fame.
There you go. Absolutely.
From his high school, as he brought up, from his high school and the Naismith Hall of Fame.
Right, like that's incredible, man.
He's so funny. That's my guy.
He really is. He's hilarious. I can tell you. As we go into the final call, I'll take a second to, I guess, share in a way. Sitting in Game 3, because being at these games, I've been blessed to be credentialed to Mavs games and watch these games from in the building, be able to interview players, things of that nature. One of the cool things is when national media circles through, especially when you're in the Western Conference Finals, you get to meet some of the folks that you value their reporting, you value their work, and then you get to sit next to them. And a lot of times you'd imagine, especially for someone with my temperament, I'm like, yo, I'm gonna let them cook. I'm gonna let them do what they need to do. I'm here, and I'll just go over. One thing I try and do is I'll have the opportunity to say, hey, I appreciate your work, and just go say hello.
Sure.
But other than that, I'm not bothering them. Except Mark, I made sure to say hello, and he talked to me, chopped it up a little bit, and then as the game went along, he turned around, had conversation with me and everything, and it was so fun to watch a game next to him, next to Vincent Goodwill, Yahoo Sports, Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, and I mean, there's been a lot of people during the course of this playoffs that you get to sit next to, and it gives you a different appreciation of the game. Obviously, you're sitting relatively close to see the game, but then these people are shaping the way that these stories of these games are told. And you get to kind of hear some of their processes as the game is going. So that was really, really fun.
And get to know their personality, but more than just what you see on TV or hear on radio.
Absolutely.
Or the podcast.
And when it comes to Mark, you got a little taste of it earlier this evening, because he's a fun dude. You can tell he likes having fun. And like I mentioned it, he jumped out his seat before Anthony Edwards even got airborne. He knew that dunk was coming.
It was a shame. Home teams cannot really show the visiting team's highlight replays on the screen.
Yeah.
If you missed it when you were there, you missed it. And I saw that, and the first thing I want to do is look up to see the replay again.
There's no way that they put that up on the screen.
No way in hell it happens like that. If you're the visiting team, in fact, even the PA announcer, when they mention the visiting team doing a score or whatever, they got to be monotone.
Anthony Edwards.
Shaquille O'Neal. Shaq done tore down the goal.
Yeah, right. Shaquille O'Neal for 2.
Meanwhile, your own team, Luka, Kyrie for 3, whatever.
Yeah, and you know what? Sean Heath does a fantastic job.
He's amazing.
He does a fantastic job.
You know what he does now? You've been there a few times now. What he's been doing this season, he never did it before. He would say nobody in the building can sit until the Mavericks score.
Yeah.
So not only are the fans standing, he stands.
Oh.
He is standing up. He picks his microphone up off the table, and he takes a few steps back so he wouldn't block anybody's view. And he's kind of like in the tunnel right behind the scores table. And he will stand up calling the game until the Mavericks score, and then he'll get his seat down.
There you go. So shout out to Sean Heath. Shout out to Mark J. Spears.
He's a Tolo too, by the way.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's true. I mean, he's definitely been on various shows and talked.
KNC a lot.
Absolutely.
KNC used to talk to Sean Heath after Maverick games on the regular.
You know what? That's where I've slacked on my pimping, is going and saying hello to Sean. So that's something I need to make happen soon enough. Here in the final call, I did want to highlight this. A fellow team in the NFC East in the NFL, the Washington Commanders, or Commandos as I affectionately call them on this show. The co-owner of that team.
Is that your naked opinion?
That's right. The co-owner of the team, Marjorie Harris, said that they plan to stick with that name, Commanders, for now.
They should just call it Washington Football Team.
I know, and
I like that.
I liked it quite a bit, but I absolutely understand why you need a name. And the reason why for me was
merchandise.
Not even necessarily that. Like they sold. Like remember, they sold merchandise as Washington Football Team.
People love that.
But I think that the tough part about it was you were changing the name from the last thing for a reason, because the last name was regarded as a slur. And so there's people that had comfort with that. There's people that didn't want to change it. And so if you were going to change that name, you can't just go to something that is neutral, because people are going to fall easily back into that name when they're looking for a nickname. As we saw happen during that year, you give them another name, you give them something else to hold on to. It's just like a baby. You take something out their hand, put something else in their hand.
As opposed to nothing in their hand at all.
Exactly. And I think that's what the name serves at. It's not a great name necessarily.
They should change it just to new ownership.
Sure, but I mean, they said, quote, everyone has an opinion, or this is Marjorie Harris, the co-owner. Everybody has an opinion about the name, some good, some bad, some in the middle, and I think we have a lot of work to do, so that name issue is going to be on the side for now until we can get things going. So she's not putting this out of the way of it could change, but she's like, look, man, have you seen this team? Have you seen this stadium? We got work to do first.
Yeah, build a new stadium first.
And I think that's
Daniel
absolutely
Snyder
a fair point.
just drove that team into the ground.
Yes, he did. And what's funny is I talked about the name change and all of that. Dan Quinn, our friend Dan Quinn, didn't help out the situation. He wore that unlicensed apparel with the Washington W that they have right now, but then he also had that feather on it. And I'm like, dog, that whole organization is trying to move away from that. And what you did was, as a face of the team, you brought that right back in the conversation.
Found out the hard way.
Yeah. From the 940, it's just their color scheme sucks. Yeah, it's fair. It does look kind of boo-boo-ish, not gonna lie. But it also has ties in the area to some great times for them way back when. Way back. You remember, like, way back when.
Oh yeah,
they ain't been good since then, but yeah, way
or
back
even before then. Yeah. They had their fan base that was pretty cool, and it's like, well, why don't you just call them the Washington Hogs?
Yeah, maybe at some point. I imagine there's a lot of other like legal things that they figure out. Not my job, but yeah, for the time being, they will continue to be the Commandos. So get right. Thanks for hanging out with us this evening. CA, I always appreciate you.
Always glad to be here, Reg.
Tomorrow, make sure to keep it locked. I will not be here, however. I will be sitting in with the KNC Masterpiece tomorrow and Friday.
It'll be Will and Blake.
There you go. So make sure you keep it locked right here on 105 through the Fan from the top. 5:30 a.m. Sean and RJ all the way till the Get Right. 11 all the way through to 11 p.m. tomorrow evening. Again, CA, I appreciate you. James, I appreciate you. Y'all have a wonderful evening. Be easy. Peace.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line at 877-881-1053. This is DFW Sports Station 1053 The Fan.
Hi, it's Eric Thomason from Blue Nail Roofing. We've been serving North Texas homeowners for decades. And with every one of our customers, our job isn't complete until you're satisfied. Here's what several of our clients have said about Blue Nail.
I thought that they were extremely detail-oriented.
They went back to the insurance company and worked with them and got them to pay for doing the extra stuff.